All right, good morning. We are live again in the GMC Hummer EV SUT, driving to Michigan, which is a change of plan, and I'm going to get underway here and explain to you what transpired yesterday. Turn on at least one thing here. Let me start. Get some stats here.
In 300 feet, turn right onto Lucy Jane Lane.
All right, good morning. So my fellow Ultium drivers
Turn right onto Lucy Jane Lane, then turn right onto Amy Avenue.
probably would like to know what transpired yesterday for me. And
Turn left onto East Margaret Drive, then turn right onto US 40 West.
I think it was an interesting journey. So I know that no one is out there online with me at this point, but I wanted to just get the data about what happened and explain why I'm still in Indiana, pick up where the transmission ended yesterday. So
take the next right onto US 40 West.
So yesterday I started in Kansas City, and
in a quarter mile, slide left, signs for I-70 East.
Sorry, a little bit of navigation to do here.
Take the next left, signs for I-70 East.
Not a place I know where I am. So in any case,
in a quarter mile, merge onto I-70 East.
Yesterday I had I went to the same charger I'd used on the way to Kansas City. Since it worked so well the first time, I thought I'd use it again, which I did. And yeah, I see I've already got a viewer. I'm sorry, I wasn't getting prepared. I didn't expect that people would be up early this morning. See if I can get the chat so I can read it. The speed is here. 65. Getting Super Cruise underway. Now it's 70, so we're rolling. By the way, the truck started out reporting I could go 425 miles. For sure it's going to drop fast here right now. I'm at 100% state of charge. All right, I'm going live. Hey, Matt, you're out there early. So you might enjoy this story. So I was working across my journey. I think I had an 81% charge when I left St. Louis. And I had checked on the Electrify America app about the chargers in Terre Haute, Indiana, and they said they were, working at 350 kilowatts, and really, so I was, like, everything's good. I'll go there. and things will be fine. Well, that's so I didn't reconnect the broadcast. I couldn't get it. The internet was not working in the hotspot in the Hummer when I was at the charger in St. Louis. Even though signal strength said it was strong, it didn't work well. And the same thing happened to me when I went through the first time. So my only disappointment about that site maybe is its performance for AT&T data support. But in any case, uh, I charged up to 81% and headed to. Uh, Still, I was planning on getting to Dayton yesterday, uh, but apparently the electric charging gods were not willing to support that plan. So I kept cruising. I got to a charger with about 64-mile range, 15% state of charge, and oh, by the way, during the drive, the estimator was like, "You're going to arrive with 5% state of charge," and then it worked its way back up to 15. And I also witnessed uh, the battery state of charge. I know that when I got in the vehicle, it said it had 81%, but the second I got in the car, it was saying it was 70. So, and even in the usage data, it said it had used 25 kilowatts to drive a tenth of a mile. So I don't know what went on there. If the battery management system decided it was going to take a module offline and then it brought it back online. I'm really not sure what happened, but oh well. So in any case, I should reset this trip. Okay. So let's take a look at how we're doing right now, just for entertainment a little bit. Okay. So I did let the truck heat up. It seems to heat a little too much. I'm going to turn the temperature down. Um, but so back to departing, drove, told me 5%, as low as 5%, and then ratcheted itself back up to 15% when I arrived at the charging stop that I had in the nav. So after doing that, I pulled into the chargers at Walmart, which once again were in terrible configuration. By the way, don't put chargers around parking spaces. Make them like fuel stenters so you can pull through them the way everyone else does. The Tesla approach is wrong with a capital W. Just want to get that out there for you. Uh, so the next step for me though was going to these chargers. So I plugged in the first charger, and I was fully prepared for it not to give me full power, but I was not prepared for what transpired. So I plug in, I authorize the charge. The charger goes through its machinations to charge, and immediately, I mean, the Hummer does a single beep when it's going to begin charging, so it sort of gives you the I'm charging. It should give you a beep when it's not when it stopped charging, although it does send me a text message. But immediately the charger said reconnecting to vehicle and failed. So I thought, well, I did see some people talking about some of this problem. Maybe it's just this charger. Let's try another one. So I proceeded to try the other three working chargers. One of the four chargers at the site did not work at all. And every one of them gives me the same thing. I then spend an hour on the phone with Electrify America, resetting all the chargers, helping another person trying to get them charging, and no luck. And both of us are, at this point, we're looking at each other. Well, we're stranded in uh, Indiana. So I wasn't sure what I was going to do yet, but so my next step was, well, let's find another charger. So that's what I started doing. I used my favorite search for a charger app, PlugShare, and noticed that there's a Chevy dealer about 5 miles away. So I'm going there and throw myself at their mercy. I mean, the charger said it's restricted, all that. So I pull in there. Mechanic comes out as I'm looking at the charger, which they have piled boxes in front of, but that's a very long cable. And he comes out and says, "Oh no, we don't allow anyone to charge here. No one can charge here except our cars that we want to charge. Especially if you didn't buy the vehicle here. That starts out. That's the Reddit that starts." I turn or pull around. I find the manager. Manager says, "Oh no. We'll help you. We care about you." So at least we reversed that trend. And so we plug the car in, and it starts charging. It's not having a problem with the charger. Uh, Unfortunately, though, their charger was only set up to deliver 25 kilowatts, so that's about twice the speed I get at home. And for me to get to the charge level that I started with this morning, I would have been there until sometime tomorrow night. Actually, I think it might have been Sunday morning. I can't remember. I should have recorded that, but that's what it was. So the guy is still he's definitely concerned, trying to figure out how to get me on my way. And he says, "Hey, my friend just commissioned a charger at the GMC Cadillac dealer." So what's interesting to me is that I didn't realize on PlugShare that the GMC Cadillac Buick dealer had a charger, because on PlugShare it was just listed as Fusan Automotive instead of GMC Cadillac. So I am going to make a comment to them that they might want to say what kind of a dealer they are. But in any case, so when he told me it was a GMC dealer, I'm like, excellent. So we'll have opportunity to if there's anything going on, maybe they can take a look at it with me too. So we proceed. Or I say thank you for that, and because he calls his friend and says, "Yeah, you can charge. We got it working." So I went over, plugged into the charger, and wouldn't you know, exactly the same behavior. Hummer beeps and immediately disconnects. The charger says the vehicle charging is finished on this charger. This one's a new 50 kilowatt ABB charger. So needless to say, I'm disappointed. A few of the service guys come out and try to show me how to hook up the charger to the car, which is funny. But they did their thing, and it did the same thing another couple times. So I'm concerned at this point. So they say, "Well, we got a charger on the other side here. Let's go try that one." So I think what they have is the EV delivery location where they've got an AC charger, and that AC charger is set up to top off the vehicle and prep for delivery. Kind of nice. I think that's a good approach. I think dealers should consider that. So they do their thing, plug me in, and on AC, vehicle's charging. So good news is power is going into the vehicle. The second time now. I mean, I did get the 25 kilowatt charger did work. I mean, so, and I look at it, it's like you'll be fully charged on Saturday. I mean, the car is at about probably 13% state of charge when he plugs in the AC power. So I plugged it in and it's working, but people are saying, "Hey, let's I think I can get the service tech out here to connect with the tech tools and just look at what's going on with the vehicle." So we checked that, and I've got a little Super Cruise unavailable there because of bad line markings. Any case, they checked that, and by the way, it's fascinating how many history codes your vehicle can collect. It had a code, and I think I know when it happened. It had a code complaining about the hood lock, because I witnessed the hood not closing and suddenly opening on me once. So I'm pretty sure that was the hood lock log. Uh, some other spurious ones. I'm sure I had one about the cameras because I did have a camera thing going on with the rear view camera backing in heavy rain. But in any case, so there was one log item though that said that there was invalid data received from a charger. One of the things that all the techs know, and maybe out there, because I have a pretty tech savvy audience, I think, that the DTCs, the diagnostic trouble codes, don't have a timestamp. It's just kind of bizarre. So, but there is one in there that says I got invalid data from the charger. So, and by the way, the other thing he was able to validate with his tools is saying that the car is not saying that the charge port has failed. I have seen some other reports of people having a charge port failure, but we'll see what. I don't think I have a charge port failure. I'll explain why. So we go through all this. So I think about what's going on. It's now 2 o'clock. I was supposed to be heading to Dayton by 1 o'clock with a 91% charge, which I didn't really want to get, but I probably would have done, so that I'd have power when I got to Dayton. And I decide I'm canceling the hotel in Dayton. I unmake my plans, my friends, which really disappoints me, but, little black eye for us tech guys here. And I book a hotel in Terre Haute. And by the way, Terre Haute didn't have any hotels that had chargers, just so you know. So if you're a hotel operator, you have a chance to corner the market on EV drivers if you install some chargers. I recommend you get Tesla to give you some destination chargers because they tend to, and then wire them up with the, at least a 60 amp circuit, if not a 100 amp circuit, or for an 80 amp charger. Get the highest value charger you can get because that will attract EV drivers to your location. But I don't know if any of the EV guys are going to be out there, but I thought I'd let you know. But the story continues. So now we've diagnosed the vehicle with the tech tools. We've proved that it can charge with AC. We've seen that it charged okay on a very old generation DC fast charger, but only 25 kilowatts. And we've seen that the chargers at Electrify America all have failed. I'm not sure I mentioned that when I was at Electrify America, there was another, either a Kia or a Hyundai. I apologize, the owner. It looked the same. At the site that also failed. So I convinced myself that, well, maybe it's not my truck. Of course, my mind is going to flip back to it is the truck when I couldn't charge at the ABB charger at the site. And by the way, I've charged this truck on exactly the same charger at my delivery dealer in Sunbury, Pennsylvania. So I know the truck is charged on that charger successfully in the past. One other data point, I did have the second service done, rotating the tires and service interval. And while I was there, they did update the battery management software and the, I'll say it here in a second, the motor control software to the latest versions. They had been a new version released, so they did that while it was there. So that's the current status of the vehicle. So now the tech resets all the codes, does a reset of all modules. We don't do the remove the battery, put it back on. We can talk about that too. And we take it back over to the DC charger and try it again, and still failing. So at this point, I officially say I'm not going to Dayton today. It's now 2:30. So what I decide I'm going to do is I'm booking a hotel. So I cancel my hotel in Dayton. I book a hotel in Terre Haute, and I drive over to the hotel because I have my accoutrement with me. I travel with my tech, so I had all my tech and stuff. So I wanted to just take that over. They were willing to, let me charge and give me a lift, but I'm like, no, why don't I? I'm gonna go get checked in, and then we'll do it that way. So we do. So I go in and check in at the home two, which, oh, by the way, was a stone's throw from the Chargers that started this excitement. Um, and I drive back to the dealer. On the way, I use the OnStar blue button, talk to an advisor, and say, hey, just check my codes, see if there's anything that you can see right now. And they say, no codes. So the car was completely clear of codes from the OnStar perspective. The only problem with the OnStar report, by the way, GM, is that it only gives the top level fault codes. It doesn't give subcodes, which you need to really figure out if there's something, that matches other problems. But I'll let that as it is. So I go back to the dealer, like, I'm going to try that Charger one more time before I, decide that I'm staying in here at the dealer until Saturday afternoon because I'm at such a low state of charge. It's going to take quite a while to charge it up. So we do that. And by the way, I've already used more than 10% of the battery here. You can see that. That's about right. So in any case, I plug it in, and wouldn't you know, it works. So now the Hummer's charging, and it's reporting to me, maybe happily, I don't know, but it's sucking in 47 kilowatts, and reports that it will be charged by 7:25 p.m. when I plugged it in. So I think that was about 3:30. I plugged it in, just so you know, it was a while, but indeed, I am taking on power, and I feel like I do not have to stay in here and camp myself for the weekend because the dealer's not going to work on the car until Monday if I stay there. So I'm like, I'm not, it's charging. We'll see if I can get it 100% charged, and we'll go on. So in any case, I finished that. So I hang out at the dealership, and anyone who knows me knows I don't love, but I can enjoy hanging out with the salespeople, service people, help them out. I'm a retired GM executive. I ought to know something about GM vehicles, and what a surprise I do. So we have interesting conversations for the next few hours. The dealership actually closed at 6:30, so I knew I was going to be there by myself for the last hour. So in any case, I have a good time with the dealership. Great crew there, great potential for some young up-and-comers there. I even talked to them, like, yeah, I think you ought to look at getting online and see if you could, work at GM one day and things like that. So definitely some up-and-coming people there and interested. We get on the GM website, though, by the way, and I know it's hooked up to Workday. When he clicks on Find Jobs, gets an error message that can't reach the site. I sent that to my friends, and maybe they fixed that, maybe they haven't, but hopefully GM has recovered their Workday interface for job postings. But they depart. I get back in the vehicle. I decide I'm going to turn the vehicle on. Some people, the brand quality manager for the Hummer told me that, well, turning the vehicle on while it's charging maybe not be a good thing. There are some problems with that. And I'm like, well, I got my battery management software updated. Maybe it's fine now. So I decided I'm going to turn it on. So I turn the vehicle on, and I run Hulu Studio, and it works fine. So it's good. Wondering why my CarPlay is not connected here right now. Hold on a second. Disconnect. Reconnect. Go. Okay, I got CarPlay going again. Put up Waze. Super is doing a great job bobbing and weaving. I mean, one thing that I really have observed on this trip is a lot of people camping in the left lane when they're not going very fast. I don't know what that's about. And Super Cruise happily will pass them on the right, by the way. In any case, so now it's 7 or 6:30. I get back in the vehicle. I watch an episode of Orville on Hulu. I had watched Orville a long time ago, but it's been long enough that I can watch the episode and go, oh, yeah, I remember how this ends. I remember how that ends. All those things. So I finish, I'm charging away, and I think, I think we should do a little test. So the test I cook up for myself is I'm going to let it charge to 80%. I'm going to turn, really, the truth is DC fast charging, I really only want to charge to 80% with it, but I decided I want the full range, and I let it charge up. And I did notice at the last piece of the interval charging, maybe I should have been broadcasting so you guys could watch with me. It went from like 95% charge to 100% in like, I don't know, 10 seconds. So I'm not sure how it decides where it's full and not full. So by the way, we're now at about 86% state of charge, and the range report is 342 miles. I really don't think I'm going to go that far, but in any case, so we're on our way to a dealer that has a charge point DC fast charger that a lot of people are raving about, and they won't rip me off for power. By the way, I should mention that the power charge at the dealership was pretty horrendous. I think I paid $100 to fill the battery, but I guess I felt good that I got going again, and I'm rolling here with you guys. So that's interesting. So then let's continue with my evening of events. So at around 7, I'm like, I haven't had lunch. I've had 3 bottles of water for lunch. I'm going to grab a bite. So I decided I'm going to grab a bite and come back and use that as kind of a test to say, hey, you can unplug and replug and you still get DC fast charge. So that's exactly what I did. I had a bite. I went back to the dealer, plugged in, and charged for the second time. So I kind of got ahead of myself there, but that convinced me that I was, roadworthy again. So I'm rolling along. I'm going to avoid charging till I get to my home in Michigan at Electrify America. I'm just not going to risk it right now. And my thought is, in Michigan, I have a few other cars in the garage, so I'm going to plug this one in and charge it up. And I probably am going to go take it to the Electrify America in Novi, Michigan, and test it to see if I work. I think they're actually exactly the same kind of charger, so hopefully they haven't updated the software to something that causes the problem. But even if they did, I'll be able to charge in my garage and take it to a dealership in that state, and maybe we can figure out what's going on. But my gut is I have found the new bug. So in any case, there's the saga. Are you guys enjoying this? Probably say, Matt'll say, we haven't been able to hear you that whole time. We just proved that there is audio coming through. We usually do an audio check. Oh yeah, we got audio. Audio check. All right, good. So anything else you guys want to talk about? But I've documented my mission. Looks like a pretty good time to arrive at the dealership in Fort Wayne. Hopefully I won't have to wait for a charger. I know exactly what you're saying, Matt. So I did put a warning on PlugShare. I also documented my experience on Hummer Chat. So I'm hopeful that a lot of the Hummer owners are aware of this thing and understand it. I mean, one of the things from the GM perspective that I do think needs to be worked on is I still feel that there isn't a module. There is all the modules. And I think we're still missing that because I just see so many things that if I just turn the car off, let it cold start, turn the car off, get the key away from the car, by the way, you got to not have the key nearby or it's like, oh, I'm talking to the key, I better not be shut it down. So you get the car off and get out and wait at least 5 minutes, get back in. That seems to solve a lot of problems. So I really think that should be done by the vehicle, not by the human owner. And I think a lot of human owners that suffer that are going to be very frustrated. I think that the diagnostics for the car are missing the major components needed, which I have been fighting for at GM a long time. And I'm sure that there's a cost cutting problem, something there that needs to be resolved. So I will continue with the brand quality manager on that, even in retirement. Hey, John, good to see you out there. Yeah, good. So I'm glad you could hear it. But, so main thing is that, for me, there was a pretty low point there when I'm like, oh man, this thing is stranded here. It can't even charge. And if I have to AC charge to get it back to Michigan, it's going to take me, I'm going to go to Fort Wayne and find an AC charger. I won't be able to leave there till Sunday. Then on Sunday, I can get to Michigan. I wasn't happy. So, but I think you guys that know me know that I am a problem solver. So I kept thinking of, what am I going to try next? So in any case, back to how are we doing? Used a little bit more power here. I mean, it is 45 degrees, so this actually is the coldest temperature that I've owned this truck. So we've gone 38.5 miles. It's 32.5 kilowatts. 1.2 miles per kilowatt reported on the odometer. Reset it a little bit later. For the whole trip, by the way, it's saying, okay, let me just slow down a little here. But for the whole trip, we're at 1.5 miles per kilowatt and 2,270 miles. Not bad, huh? Looks like the video should be coming through pretty well. I don't know why the phones always torture me. Yeah, looking good. Probably we'll see. We'll see how the bloom of the thing is. I think we're going to be heading into rain, so I think the should work fine. I mean, my hope is I can just broadcast the whole way to Michigan, but if I have a brownout, I mean, I'm actually at a pretty low coverage level right now, but it seems to be working. All right, so now that I've finished my soliloquy on what happened yesterday, any questions, thoughts, new topics you want to discuss? You want to hear my thoughts on? Just looking there. All right. So apologies was just a little bit too tired. I was dreaming that I was going to take the evening and go find a camera mount for my iPhone, because definitely would broadcast better. But I think that's still waiting for my journey. So I think my new plan is I'm still going to go to Dayton. I want to visit down there. So I'm going to go to Michigan now, hang out in Michigan until Tuesday, go down to Dayton on Tuesday evening, either with this or a different car, a different Super Cruiser. I mean, I have a gas Super Cruiser, in the garage, so maybe I could drive that if this thing is going to torture me. That's the way it goes. Definitely be sending this video link to the brand quality manager to watch. So I think I chronicled the scenario pretty well, and I think I put up public warnings to people about that particular charging station. I'm hopeful that I can go charge at EA successfully in Novi, and I'm actually going to charge a little bit there because I've got cheap power in Michigan on the weekend, but I just want to check it. Back to the map here. Okay, so we're maintaining the 27% estimated charge level arrival after 149 more miles. Currently at 82% state of charge, estimating a 317-mile range. I'm going to go faster. By the way, my windshield crack is now, I've just got a single spline that's crossing from a rock hit that I got when I was driving in Lynchburg. It has now grown probably another 3 inches since the initial 6-inch crack. And I haven't heard any I can't get your windshield messages yet from Safelite, so I'm hoping that they maintain my plan for Monday in a week. Not this coming Monday, but the following Monday, I'll be able to replace the windshield. And, that's how you get the bugs off, right? You get a new windshield. Okay, where are we headed? We're going 26 miles. Okay, 26 miles, 24 minutes. When I was a kid, I had a cassette subscription to uh, Columbia House. I'm sure some of my friends out there can remember Columbia House. And, it was originated in Terre Haute. And as a kid, I thought it was Terre Haute. But I thought about trying to see if there's any remnants of where their office was, but I decided rock and roll. So, John, Super Cruise. So, Super Cruise is my baby, and I've been Super Cruising since 2017 in the original CT6, and I collected one of the CT6s with the 550 horsepower Blackwing engine, twin turbo V8, small block, and it's really, it just helps you drive. I mean, I wouldn't have taken this trip without Super Cruise. I can tell you that. And that was actually one of the reasons I thought the Hummer was a great vehicle. Big battery, lots of tech, super comfortable ride. I mean, I don't know how much the system is letting the tire noise come through. There's a little bit of tire noise. I mean, especially if you don't have the radio on. And I'm afraid of getting taken down on YouTube, so I don't want to have any radio on. And so it's really quite amazing. I mean, it just lets you, I wasn't concerned about the only concern I had about my long drives is, are the chargers going to work? And, on my fifth day, I get taken down. I mean, my first day, I DC fast charged at 4 different companies successfully. You know, their chargers gave me the full power they were rated, even an Electrify America charger. So, you know, it's all good. I do think that the chargers, the Delta chargers that are mostly being deployed by EVgo, uh, they're co-branded Ultium with GM. I do think those it does seem to like the most. I mean, it zoomed right up to its, they can only give like 43 kilowatts. I have seen 363 kilowatts going into the car, but I was able to collect the charge curve, and I think I'll do a post-mortem video when this is over and just show some of the amazing stats. But the truck really can do, one of its claims is I can put 100 miles on in 10 minutes, and if you're at a low state of charge, you can put 100 miles on in 10 minutes. So we've got the charging curves to prove it. So, but in any case, Super Cruise started out, with only one function, which was keep you in the lane, only work within the geofence. You just uses adaptive cruise, does the eye tracking to make sure you're actually there, and doing that was still a game changer from my perspective. For my ride between Michigan and State College, I could, I literally had to drive for like 5 miles because the rest of it was Super Cruise eligible. Now, in the annals of history, I'll log here for you guys that I think I am one of the sole reasons that Super Cruise is eligible to be used in a construction zone, because there's 2 problems. One is the data about construction zones is not good, at least the data feeds. I mean, if we use the live cameras from the trucks and cars that are running Super Cruise and say, well, there's construction there, we should make them drive, I still disagreed with it. And I was very passionate about it because uh, initially I could Super Cruise literally most of the way between Pennsylvania and State College in 2017. Then they started turning off parts of the map because of construction. So you're driving along and suddenly it says Super Cruise unavailable, no road information. And you're driving along on a road like this, you're like, why is it doing that? And what it is that the Department of Transportation has marked that area as a place that they're going to do construction sometime, or even worse, the construction's been done for a year and it hasn't been removed. So I was pretty passionate when I logged that on my 400-mile drive between Pennsylvania and Michigan, I couldn't Super Cruise for more than 50% of it. It was getting out of control. So they finally, changed the rules, and you can Super Cruise in construction. And my other argument to you is, if you're out there listening, say, no, you shouldn't do that. You're driving. You have your hand on the wheel or not, right? So if you're driving and you don't pay attention, it's your fault. So don't forget that, you Super Cruisers out there. But in any case, so I was able to convince them to start doing it. I mean, the whole time that I was at GM, I always had a Super Cruise vehicle. I worked with the Super Cruise map team. I beta tested all the maps, and finally, after my battle, they finally got another map update out, and I could once again successfully Super Cruise between Michigan and State College without the 1,010,000-mile dropouts. And by the way, the minimum part, they do construction on a bridge. They had turned off Super Cruise for 10 miles. So very annoying. But thanks to my wife for riding with me at times, so that she could log exactly the mile markers. So I started building this long list of Here's all the places I couldn't super cruise. You know, I was pretty data rich on my argument as well. So, so in any case, then comes auto lane change. So I know the Super Cruise development team, and we went out uh, driving in. I don't think I'm still. My memory is fuzzy, but I guess it wasn't. It was in the Escalade that they demonstrated the auto lane change to me, and that's the part that's really been spectacular for this trip now. To just see it bobbing and weaving with semis, dealing with that. So that's been good. I mean, another. Let's continue my rambling on about things we've worked on in Super Cruise. Initially there were some issues with the first car that I had in 2017 where I was driving in Pennsylvania and suddenly the car, from my perspective, made this evasive maneuver. I wasn't sure what it was until later. The construction line painters had somehow spilled a gigantic pile of yellow paint in the left lane, and the car went around it. I mean, it literally went zoom right around. I mean, I was like, "Whoa, what's this?" And I mean, the thing that you don't want with Super Cruise or any autonomous thing is some sort of jerky response. That, to me, indicates loss of control, right? So, uh, so that one was repaired, was fixed. Doesn't do that anymore. Then the other one that really was kind of unnerving, mostly to the passengers, was, and I haven't completely won this argument, by the way. So one of my other arguments about how Super Cruise is implemented is there's the way that Almany drives, and there's the way that Super Cruise drives. Almany drives, if I'm in the right lane, I hug the white line. If I'm in the left lane, I hug the yellow line. That's the way you drive, and you're safer, my perspective. Super Cruise is I drive in the middle of the lane no matter what, thank you. And the reason that this gets exciting is imagine passing a semi truck. The passenger is very close to that truck in the initial Super Cruise implementation. And I talked about that a lot. It's like, I grab the wheel and I try not to take control, but I don't think you should be biting your nails because Super Cruise is running. So they did actually implement now when they see a truck, it does move out of the center of the lane. It moves away from the truck. So that's another improvement that went on, which is good. Another one then was, this adding of the auto lane change, which is, it's just impressive to watch. And I mean, sometimes it's not as perfect as I would like. By the way, just there, that bump made me think we were not doing well, but I guess the road was turning in a way I didn't notice. So I took control for a second there. But the auto lane change really, is enabling. Occasionally, though, it does get a little closer to traffic and not get over as fast as I'd like. So still think about that. And then let's think about other things. So then, the one thing that, I give large kudos to Jim because, I think it's the first time that a feature that was added to the vehicles actually was delivered to vehicles that are more than a year old uh, once it was released. And that was the announcement that Mark Royce made about uh, adding an additional 200,000 miles of road to the Super Cruise eligible map. So that's the LiDAR map roads. And that has been unbelievable to me. I mean, so I drive to southern Maryland, to the southern tip of Maryland, and any of you are out there that drive down through there, you'll know that there are no highways. There's nowhere you can go. There's an airport I visited on an emergency basis once. We're in Indianapolis, but probably going to slow down a little. But in any case, the adding of the 2-lane roads to Super Cruise, from my perspective, is life changing. I know you're just like, oh, Jeff, come on. But now I can Super Cruise within 5 miles of my daughter's house in southern Maryland. Literally, Super Cruises across a bridge over at Solomon's Island to Lexington Park, California there. And it's good. I mean, you really, I still think that having the automated driving assist, if you can use it, why not? The computer's not getting tired. You are. So there's the next thing. So now my point about this upgrade. So even this truck, the Hummer, did not have that feature to start. It had the original Super Cruise with auto lane change, all of that, but it did not have the 2-lane roads. So what GM did for the Hummer, which there are very few of, when I say very few, I think we're at, heading for 3,000 in service. By the way, I've seen 0 Hummers driving with me since this trip. There was one Hummer SUV available for sale at the dealership where I was charging. They tried to get me to trade my truck for it. It's kind of funny. And of course, they weren't going to give me any value for the truck, but they wanted to mark up the truck like $50,000, by the way. Then they said, "Oh, maybe we could do it down to 40." I'm like, "How about we go to 0 or less?" But in any case, so the dealers are still having fun trying to gouge customers on electric cars, which isn't cool. But as I always said when I was at Reynolds, we don't call them dealers for nothing. We were selling to dealers. Not necessarily the most fun experience we've ever had. So in any case, so let's talk about the back delivery of the function. So the 2-lane road map obviously is a bigger cassette that the vehicle has to have. I mean, the vehicle actually has this high definition LiDAR map available in a module on the car. And that module is updated continuously. And I think it's up. They've really stepped up the updates frequency. I think we're up to once a week updates now that are downloaded continuously and put on the vehicle. Let's highlight another thing about that. I mean, one of the other improvements I still think Super Cruise needs to make is they need to make a screen just like the check for updates screen, or you just make it a sub part of check for updates. I'm not sure which, or maybe add it to the auto lane change screen that says, "This is your map version. Let me see if there's any other map updates I need to do. Oh, there's 4 map updates. I'm going to do these, and I'll let you know when they're done." That'd be fine. But that is still, kept as, black magic to the users, and very frustrating. I mean, when I was at GM, I could say, "What level is my car at?" And I will admit, I still have friends that'll tell me the levels of my cars. So let's talk about it. So the Hummer, the way that it was updated to support the one lane going, 1 lane coming, 2-lane road, not a highway like I'm on right now. The way that the Hummer was updated is they replaced the map module and reconfigured the vehicle, and you drove out and you started getting the 2-lane roads. By the way, in Michigan, the closest to my house there, where there's a 2-lane road that you can Super Cruise on, is Michigan Avenue, heading from Ann Arbor to Saline. Just in case anyone in Michigan wants to test their 2-lane Super Cruise, that's like the only place to do it. So in any case, let's talk more about Super Cruise. John, I don't know if you're sorry that you asked, but just giving you the data dump here. So the I also have a 22 Escalade, and I wanted it to do the 2-lane road function. So I asked my Super Cruise friends what I need to do. And they're like, well, you need to take your car to the dealer. Notice this required a service visit. I mean, it was a warranty claim, I assume. They didn't charge me. I went to a Chevy dealer because I didn't want to have to drive to the Cadillac dealer because there's no Cadillac dealer in State College, Pennsylvania anymore, by the way. So I did that, and they did the thing that I asked them to do. I went out and tried to drive on 2-lane roads, and no joy. Yeah, no joy. So we're trying to figure out what's going on. I drive the car to Michigan, and I'm like, well, it's still not working. I'm taking it to another dealer in Michigan, in Highland, I'll name them, and they take the car in. The tech goes out and Super Cruises on the roads in front of the dealership and tells me, I don't know what you're talking about. It's fine. Everything's up to date. I'm like, I cannot Super Cruise on 2-lane roads. I said, closest road is Saline. They're like, well, if you want us to drive down there to prove that it doesn't work, you're going to have to pay out of your pocket for us to do that drive and do that testing. I'm like, all right, fine. Give me the car back. So, a little frustrated. I talked to my Super Cruise friends about it, and I get the words that, well, they did do the update to your car that you needed the first time, but I don't know whether this helps or hurts. So I'm going to try it. Maybe I'll have to get my sunglasses out again. I don't know. Maybe I'm not going to mess with it today. Sorry, guys. We're just going to have a big bloom here. Should be turning north here in a second. Yeah, we are. So, in any case, I get the word that you need 18 hours of key on time, and you're just going to be doing the continuous map update. So clearly between the Hummer update to the 2-lane roads and the Escalade update to the 2-lane roads, we decided GM decided we're not going to deploy a million new map modules to do that. So we'll let the customers wait for 18 hours of drive time until they get all the functions. So the good news is there was an update. The bad news is the way it was done. I really think that they should have downloaded, found a path for the tech to download enough of, a version of the maps that wouldn't require how do I say it? Just dealing with the sun here. But what wouldn't require this 18-hour runtime? I mean, literally key on, to finish it. And, while I'm talking about enhancements I still want to see in Super Cruise, I still want Super Cruise to download the map updates and Wi-Fi in your garage and tell me it's doing it so I can just go in the garage, say, do it now, and it's done. Not, oh, we try once every 6 hours. If there's something there, we do it. If we don't complete it, we won't try again for 6 hours. I'm like, I know what we're trying to keep from a denial of service attack on every vehicle trying to download at the same time, but I still think you should let the customers trigger a download on Wi-Fi. I don't even care if you don't let them download it on cellular. It'd be better. I know that the deal with AT&T doesn't really, there's no impact to cost-wise to GM for more data or less data, but that's the way it is. So it's funny. I'm going to Dayton on the way to Fort Wayne here. Super Cruise is not making me happy, so I took control. Okay, I'm still trying to get to Dayton. Doing good. Okay, we're at 72% state of charge. Estimated range is 268 miles. Destination of the charger is 121 miles. All right, so have I documented all the good stuff? I think so. But, I'm a avid Super Cruise, evangelist. So keep that in mind when you're listening to me talk about Super Cruise.
Keep left to continue on I-70 East. Follow signs for Dayton.
Okay, we're taking I-70 East towards Dayton. You guys asking any other questions? That was a good topic, John. I hope you enjoyed that. Should stop going east here at some point.
6 miles.
Yeah, 6 miles. There we go. By the way, remember I was talking about that no road information? I just got one of those. Oh yeah, there is one other Super Cruise thing that is a pet peeve of mine. And it's more about the highway departments, I think, than Super Cruise, but Super Cruise has been dealing with it. But apparently there's a new line painting standard, and I don't know if you can see the lines in the video, where on the concrete roads, they put white and then black. And those lines in bright sunlight are not good. And Super Cruise will tell you, I can't see what you're doing. And just turned off again, by the way. I think this is new construction here. Nice road. Okay, looking at what's going on again. Super cruising again. Yeah. You're welcome, John. But yeah, I think that Super Cruise continues to be one of the best systems. I've driven autopilot, and anything that involves jerky driving is not good. And by the way, one of the other things, it's interesting that I'll just continue rambling a little bit for you guys since I'm having a good time. One of the other things that I one pedal driving, let's talk about it. So I think it's fun to use one pedal driving, but I am concerned that you're torturing your passengers with one pedal driving. And the scenario is you have adaptive cruise on, you want to turn it off, and you want to maintain the speed that adaptive cruise is going. It is almost impossible to figure out what throttle pressure you need to match where adaptive cruise was. So you either end up speeding up or slowing down when that's going on. By the way, the sun just blinded the car, refused to make a lane change. I'm doing it again by itself, said to quit. I can't even see the road. Jeez. Wow. We're having the sunshine test here today, guys. Yeah, so Super Cruise is like, I'll take control again, but I bet you might lose at any second here. As you can see me holding my hand up, the sun's like straight in front of me. Okay, finally turning a little bit away from it. Probably going to go back into it for a little bit here yet. Yeah, we're going to start heading back up toward Michigan now. But what was I rambling on? So autopilot made me talk about this because it's a similar thing. So autopilot, when making an unprotected left turn, it's a failure. It is a total failure. I was on the latest version of it. If your kid was driving a car, I mean, think about your car as a kid. So if your kid's driving and it pulls into the oncoming traffic lane, making a left turn, and stops, and you can see cars coming at you. What do you think is about to happen? You're about to die. That is exactly what I have experienced in full self-driving beta, latest version. I don't know the number. I probably should have gotten it recorded in my mind. In a Tesla. I think it's a big capital F. Do not believe it. I mean, I wanted to believe the hype when Tesla, put out a video showing its full self-driving, and I want to believe the hype about Ultra Cruise, that is the next generation of autonomous driving from GM. I mean, I know GM is doing a lot of work so that you can literally drive driveway to driveway. And my gut is it's going to be a different level of service than full self-driving beta, but man, you cannot do that. So it gave me no interest in having a Tesla in the fleet to play with. I'll use my friends' Teslas until they somehow get better. But I don't know that it's going to get better. I mean, we can do everything with cameras, no radar, no nothing. I'm like, yeah, I don't think so. I mean, this car is using cameras and radar. So it does not have LiDAR though, by the way. My Escalade does, my CT6 both have LiDAR as well. So interesting stuff.
In half a mile, take exit 89 for Shapewood Avenue toward I-465.
Definitely not enjoying the sun again here, but I think we're finally going to get off here.
Take exit 89, then keep left.
Stay here. Taking exit 89. Hopefully turning the sun somewhere else. Maybe not though.
Keep left. Continue for half a mile. In half a mile, keep right at the fork. Follow signs for I-465 north, I-465 south.
North. Going north. Watching Super Cruise deal with the sun. Sometimes it's amazing what Super Cruise can see when you can't. That's one thing. It can see somewhat in the sun. It's not good at seeing in the sun though with those black and white lines. That's the one that I've seen make it completely wig out. Wow.
Watch out, vehicle on shoulder ahead.
Watch out, sun in your sight. Worse than fog. And so Super Cruise, by the way, it thinks you're going a little faster than it wants to pull G's on the turn. It actually retards the speed. So it's actually, this is quite the turn here right now. And someone didn't have their wheel bolted on there. But it's retarded the speed to 54 miles per hour. I have it set at 60. And there's an indication above the speed that it's doing that. It gives you the curved road sign. Now it's resuming back up to 60. I'm dreaming that we're not going to be looking at this directly into the sun for a little. We go a little faster. Wow, we only have 6 lanes here. Right, so it looks like the broadcast is hanging in. Appreciate you guys checking it out. If you're watching this later, please let's have a dialogue about autonomous driving in the chat. I am all about it. Of course, I gotta get over. See what Super Cruise does there. Nicely accelerate so we can get over in the next lane. by itself. I just asked it to go over. It did it by itself. I mean, those are some of the things that it does really well. More of the Powerball signs that we're never expecting a billion. I have seen somewhere it is there. Got the police out today. Apparently they don't care how fast we're going. I'm going to give the breakup respect. Was the cop reported? No. Jeez. By the way, Super Cruise does give you an alert in the display saying, Super Cruise caution, construction zone, drive with caution, with care. So that's, it is visually recognizing barrels. Okay. Stay with this, bad driving. I don't know, should I give it bad driving a pass on around Indianapolis? I just didn't know I was in an IndyCar race. Pretty sure I could smoke most of these guys to 60. Still trying to conserve power though, so I'm not going to go nuts. I'm trying to figure out what we're doing up here. Keep right at the fork. Notice that's closed. Okay, so noses have been changed. Still got the racers and their Kias. Okay, let's see what we do here. Yeah, it was not going to make that turn. You need the driving instruction. Okay, we're going to Fort Wayne. It's an exit only, so I don't know what's going on here. Let's see, we've got some serious construction underway here. We're going to slow down a little. 465. Google Maps is really not helping me right now. I don't know what road I need to turn on. Keep right, but it's acting like I need. Where am I trying to go, Google? I'm just going to look for the sign of Fort Wayne.
In a quarter mile, keep right at the fork.
69 exit only. Just can't tell. What road do you want me to go on? Okay, it is showing Fort Wayne to the right.
Keep right at the fork.
Fort Wayne to the right. That's the way I want to go. And Super Cruise is not willing to drive the construction area correctly here just now, by the way. It's still in the geofence, but it's not navigating it correctly yet. All right, now we're going to cruise 102 miles up to Fort Wayne and then 4 miles to the dealership. And I'm going to use here charge point chargers, which I'm going to go in and talk to them and say, you're missing the bond between the two chargers so you can deliver more power. Thank you, Kyle Connor, for letting me know that that's a thing. And over, and we're accelerating. Don't go that fast yet. Yes, I do. Get down here. Pull out. Big construction here. Better slow down. I don't even know what the speed limit is. Get out of the construction and keep rolling. 55. All right, just checking it out here, trying to get to a point where I can trust Super Cruise to just drive for 100 miles. I want to get the best possible speed. All right, so we're 249 mile range reported. 78% state of charge. If I add up all the kilowatts I collected in the evenings this week, really covered half of my stay if I used the crazy rates that dealer was charging at. I should say crazy. I mean, they're paying they're charging what they wanted, and they were there when I needed them. I am disappointed though that it seems like the going rate for the new Altium Flying J partnership is giving us. A lot of police just parked. I don't know, but it seems like their going rate is 52 cents a kilowatt. So I don't think that's going to make you that much more competitive to drive electric versus fuel vehicles. And I, still maintain that my diesel Escalade, unfortunately, is greener. I want to go to Fort Wayne. I want to go to Fort Wayne. This is Fort Wayne. There's a lot of roads here. But there's just so much cost there. But back to the, I don't remember the exact numbers now, but I know that if I look at the carbon emissions of my diesel Escalade versus the carbon required to make the kilowatts of energy to drive the Hummer, diesel Escalade on its own, not about how it was manufactured, but just in propulsion. And I'm talking about the Escalade ESV has less carbon emissions than the electric grid does overall. I mean, yes, most of these places that I'm charging are saying, "Oh, we're buying all clean energy. It's all clean," but the grid is still the grid, and you're getting power from the overall grid. So, yes, maybe the power was generated for you somewhere that was good, stored in batteries and delivered from solar, wind, hydro, but nuclear. But I still maintain that the diesel. It's funny how Dieselgate was one thing, but now of course I am talking about the Hummer. I'm comparing the Hummer. That's not the same as the sun just blinded the lane changing there. Uh, but I do think we still have a ways to go. But if I did a Tesla, that would the Tesla would be more efficient, but I wouldn't be near the ride. I mean, the Tesla ride. I one of my metrics is how much does a vehicle take the ride out of your pants. And the ride is also another component about how far you can go before you're fatigued. So stick with it. All right, hour and a half to go in this segment. 99 miles. By the way, I do think that the charging stops along highways should also have facilities to wash your windshield. Okay, now I'm going to put your visor down. Okay, still 46 degrees. Let's look at our consumption here. So we've gone 94.5 miles. We've used 71.2 kilowatts. And we're back to 1% used for climate conditioning. I'm very comfortable. I did leave my coat on. I got the temperature set to 67 in here right now. Yeah, so I'm hoping that all goes smashingly and then I can visit Dayton on Tuesday evening and then head to State College on Wednesday. So we'll see how that works out. The journey has been extended one day potentially. Yeah, so for the 90 miles since I reset the trip odometer this morning, saying 1.3 miles per kilowatt hour. I think I'll get my roll, pitch, and yaw going here. Come on. All right, any other topics you want me to embellish for a while? You guys know I can talk by now. Hopefully my tangents aren't too tangent. Oh man, that sun. Go up, go up. Never thought of trees as a safety feature, but loving it right now here. I wonder if the matte finish is reflective. I was tempted to tell the dealer that he needs to give me the Hummer SUV and they can work on this Hummer until it's fixed. Of course, I was absolutely confident they weren't going to fix anything. So Matt wants to know my thoughts on the Escalade IQ. Well, my thoughts are I don't buy little Escalades. So there is rumor, I'll call it rumor, that there will be an IQL. I don't know if they would actually brand it IQL. I mean, the IQ is supposed to indicate that it is a electric vehicle, like Lyric IQ at the end. I've seen some news media call the Escalade IQ the Escaladic. So I want the Escaladic L. So I'm certainly interested in that. I I am concerned that we're kind of reaching for the sky with these prices, though. Uh, I think the wasn't the base price order 140 or 170,000 for the Escaladic. I mean, that's if you put all the back seat super fun stuff, which for me was kind of maybe it's nice. I don't know. I feel like that price is kind of reaching for the stars, but I can also understand why might think you can do it because apparently we can sell Escalade V's at 150, and dealers are slapping a $35,000 markup on it if you're crazy enough to buy that. If you're out there trying to buy a car, why don't you go find a dealer that'll sell it to you at MSRP at best or worst? So I don't know. So that's my thoughts on that, man. I mean, it was disappointing to me that when it was announced, they said it would have Super Cruise. I'm like, I think Super Cruise should be passe by then. You're supposed to be going to Ultra Cruise. And I've seen some media now that's implying that uh, Ultra Cruise will be an option in the Escalade IQ. So that'd be nice. And so, I mean, that would be a reason for me to think about getting one until I can get a long one. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I really am anxious to see if we have any improvements in battery technology. One of the other reasons that the Hummer was attractive to me is its big battery, so that you can take in a lot of power quickly. That's a lot of batteries allow that to happen. Of course, you have to have chargers that work that can do that. By the way, so we'll see. Okay, so let's talk about generative AI, John. I'm sorry I missed your chat there. Uh, you know, I think we've been doing generative AI. It's interesting how, everything is new that's old, or everything that's old that's new. I'm still waiting for something that really is new. But I do worry that a lot of our, things that we describe bugs as hallucinations in generative AI. We describe uh, bad data as hallucinations in generative AI, right? I still think we have a ways to go. I appreciate messing with Bard. I mean, I've used Bard to generate some, form letters that I needed to make, and I mean, so I do appreciate its capabilities. But it is fascinating to see things that are maybe they're hallucinations, but sort of strange things that people will add to stories that are not true. So I think they're probably pretty good for fiction. I mean, I do worry about striking because AI might replace me or people might use my image. I mean, maybe using your image is a problem. I mean, can't we make up images that aren't for the people that we know? Let's not copy people. Let the people be their own people. Uh, but I think the problem with it is that people have successfully used regenerative or generative AI to do some pretty interesting things. Bringing people back, those kind of plays. Uh, I mean, at CES 2 years ago, I was talking to Bill Shatner. Not really, but there was a company that you loaded a lot of facts. You uh, you had the subject talk to the system, and then you could ask that system questions, and it would answer them. And I asked a question. I remember of Will Shatner's um, generative AI, and said, you know, how did you get along with Leonard Nimoy? And it went, the thing went into a story from Shatner that he had preloaded about uh, pulling tricks on Leonard during filming. And it was interesting to sort of see those things happen. And even in my earliest days of Lisp programming, Eliza, I can remember talking to the list, typing to the system, asking questions, answering questions, and getting some unexpected results. So I do think now we have a lot more. Machines are so much bigger. The storage is so much better. So I can feed a lot of data in, but I can also get a lot of bizarre stuff out. And I think we've got a long way to figure out how to make sure I'm not spewing fantasy versus the real thing. So I do think could be used for some really cool entertainment. I worry that using it for making decisions could be a little more on the scary side. So, and I still think it should continue to be worked on. I'm totally there. I mean, to me, the next tech that is unknown and not finished is quantum computing, and I do believe that quantum computing is going to continue to improve, and we will be able to fully simulate chemical interactions of molecules using it, because today we just do some very rudimentary simulations, and I think that my chemistry friends would agree with that. I don't know if they're listening, but they've used a lot of computer time to do a lot of modeling for very, very minute pieces of a system. What if I could model the whole system and work on it? I do think that that's a holy grail for us to work on better energy storage, whatever that turns out to be. If it's batteries, if it's it's how to solve the scientifically what we should do versus uh, the hype monster. Musk says hydrogen is terrible. Why would you do that? But we know that GM and Honda have worked hard and delivered a fuel cell power generation system that can be used to power your electric truck. It can be used to power your DC charging station. It can be so those things are there. I mean, I do worry about how do you make the hydrogen. I mean, if you're generating hydrogen, you're probably using some form of electrolysis. So you're using electricity to store hydrogen so that you can make electricity. So if you can work on that and make it virtuous as opposed to destroying, maybe we can get somewhere. I don't know. I see we've got Formula One coming up. Pretty sure that I'll get taken down if I listen to the Formula One coverage with you guys. But I could listen to it, I guess, on my AirPods. But we're doing well. I mean, maybe I could listen to it and commentate on the commentators. We'll see. Think about that for a while. We got 45 minutes more to go until I get to the first and only charging stop, hopefully today, to get to Michigan. So, John, is there anything in particular you're wondering about the generative AI work? I do think it's fascinating to generate fiction with it. I've been, completely fascinated by the, generation of avatars and things like that with it. Uh, I did get, the Meta Quest 2. I did not get the Pro. I don't know. I'm really a stickler for high resolution vision, and for that reason, when I have used most VR devices, I see this effect that's has a term in the field called the screen door, where I feel like whenever I'm in these VR systems, there's a screen door in front of me. So I see the grid of the pixels because my eyes are just over focusing, and I've trained them to do that my whole life. It's not going to end. So uh, I am, anxious to try out one of the Vision Pro from Apple. I don't know that I think it's as wonderful as, I don't know about you, but can you wear something like that around your friends? I don't think you can go over there. Okay, so just now I was about to pass in a lane that was going away. I haven't seen that before. There's the mile markers here. So that was at mile marker 227.5 on I-69 North in Indiana. So my Super Cruise friends that are watching this, you might want to check the map there. Map data. Little tangent there. So back to, VR headsets. Used quite a few in my day, and I mean, I really had hope for the Halo. I really thought that, even though it was a helmet, I felt like people would be willing to use it because of its AR capabilities. And maybe the Vision Pro can continue that. I don't know, but I like the idea of being able to see the world and see, other screens and those kind of things. And the spatial recording now that you can do with your iPhones and then play it back later in the Vision Pro is apparently a transformative experience. So I don't know if any of you guys out there have tried that yet, but I'm sure I'm going to do that at some point. I don't know that I'm willing to spend $3,000 for a device to do it myself, but maybe you could start a parlor where you let people come in and see their memories. And in theory, is it's super immersive and really, can let you see in a way that you couldn't see before. So, yeah, I don't know. Any of you guys more questions on that? But I really dreamed that we were going to come up with the contacts, but I'm getting older. My doctor has said, yeah, you're going to have cataracts, and if I could get a new lens that had a projection device in it that allowed me to do this without anyone seeing it, I am all in. I mean, I know that there was a device prototyped for like a Bluetooth headset that actually would be mounted in your teeth. So I've got a crown. I was like, yeah, I want to get one of those babies in my crown. And what it did is it vibrated your bones, and because it's in your jaw, you could hear, and it also could be a mic because it's in your mouth. But that device hasn't appeared in the ultimate Bluetooth. You know, I want that device. Anyone out there working on it, please call me as soon as possible. But so I do think the augment things are good, and while we're tangenting ourselves, I'm not sure what I think of the human brain interface of another one of Musk's investments. And apparently they're proceeding toward human trials, but you guys ever hear this thing called infections? That worries me. And an infection near your brain, I'm pretty sure that's not going to work out well in the end. So you let me know if anyone's out there that's, oh, I'm glad I moved over. You just could have hit me there, bud. Your load is poorly loaded. John, you can retract messages. That's pretty cool. I didn't know it. Send another one. But yeah, I think we can talk about this topic for an hour. I mean, I think so you kind of hear me going, augmentation and AI. I think they kind of fit together, and I do think, that if I could have that, by the way, on my Bluetooth, real Bluetooth, I also expect it to be, piezoelectrically operated via blood pressure. Like it actually generates power because it's taking some blood flow and using the pressure from the blood flow to make this work. Okay, it's interesting super cruise maneuver going on here. Kind of said, oh, that wasn't really a play. I'm gonna have to slow down here. Okay, it's increased the charge level arrival estimate to 28% now. I see. Let's get a quick update here. All right, so we're at 125 miles, or 120.6 miles. We've used 91.4 kilowatt hours, of which 1.1 have been used for heating. Pretty sure that right now I'm just blowing a small amount of air in here, just keeping the air fresh in the cabin. Uh, by the way, just completely tangent heaven here for a second. One of the things that I also rate in vehicles is, how well does the HVAC work? And I was concerned, it's not a Cadillac, so does it have to work as well as others? But the HVAC in here is great. It's a heat pump. I really like it. I think the only thing that maybe I will, got to fix it in the next rev is when the vehicle starts battery conditioning, it robs air conditioning of its needed cooling, and you can feel it. Like you get higher humidity air blowing in. I mean, I think it actually heats up the air conditioning coils a little. I don't think that's acceptable. So I will give that that better be worked on in the next version, because that's happening in the Escalade IQ. I don't think it's worth 170,000. Just so you know, said it here first. Okay, so let's continue on AR, augmented. Maybe we should call it a. Let's invent terms on the ride. So I think we should now start a new term called AL, and AL is augmented life. What could I use my technology to improve my life? Not my reality, my life. So my life would be better if I could have a Bluetooth device that I didn't have to put in my ears. Like it, don't think it's good. That was vibrating my jaw, getting power from my, pulse, and providing me audio so that there's no visible means of support. Just like I think we should invent lenses as people have their original lenses replaced in their eyes that could do augmented life for them as they're around and don't wear anything for anyone to see. I think that's I'm calling it here first. That's the invention. Maybe we should start patenting these things, but you heard it here first. I'll race you to the patent office, and then if we have those things, then we can start having systems that augment. But I wanted to continue that augmented life. I think it's a big thing. So long ago, and John, you'll remember this. Uh, Kurzweil, the guy that first invented a machine that could actually need some water. A lot more talking here today. But the guy that invented the first reading machine, you could literally read a physical book. I think it's Alan Kurzweil. You guys can correct me in the chat if it's not Alan. But he had a group of inventors that lived with him, probably still does, and he was claiming, and I think it was about 2003 or 4 or 5, somewhere in there. I can't remember. I was at Reynolds and Reynolds. He was claiming if you could live for 17 more years, you could live forever. Now, some people are like, oh, I don't know if I want to live forever. But in any case, that was his claim. With that claim, you could do this. And, he had ideas about what was going to be done in 17 years. And unfortunately, now we're almost 20 years and it's not done. In fact, I think it is kind of 20 years from that. So what Kurzweil was doing at that point to prepare was he was taking this army of vitamins and supplements every day to increase his chances of making it for another 17 years. So as he's doing this, his thought was that there would be inventions of nanites that could be used to improve the human condition. So in my AL life, here's the next component of AL life. So we've got the Bluetooth, we've got we're going to call this cornea. I don't know. I'll work on that. We'll keep working on the special cornea. We'll call it that until it has a better name in my mind. And then we need these nanites, these machines that can repair bodies at the cellular level. So not only could they find and destroy cancer cells, they could find and improve your joints. So you don't have knee replacement, you have nanite therapy. I don't know if it's as bold as everyone has their set of nanites hanging out in their body and they're called to action when something happens, but that'd be kind of neat. But think about, a regenerative system that has machines that can help the human condition, right? I really think that is a capability that we would all enjoy. So there's another major component of augmented life. And see if anyone's made any comments about this. Oh, I see that you're wondering if I'm going to be able to charge. I should be able to charge, yes. I'm planning on charging. People charged at the dealership yesterday, so I'm headed to Fort Wayne, and worst case, I'll be AC charging in Fort Wayne until I can make it to Michigan. But I'm hoping the DC charge, it's only going to be at 62 kilowatts, but I'll take it. I don't really need a whole lot more range. I don't think so. I mean, I have my mindset that it'll be less than an hour charge. I mean, things look good here on battery operation. It's saying I've used about 100 kilowatts, and I'm at 51% state of charge. So things look good there. All right, so let's go back to augmented life. I'm thinking I came up with augmented life maybe because I'm a Second Life user. I've used Second Life, and I still have an account. I probably should think about whether I need to keep that anymore. I still have my Pontiac Solstice in there. uh, I don't know. I mean, I'll take a tangent with you. Let's talk about cloud computing, the value of cloud computing. The the thing that some of us that actually know how computers work, when we look at cloud, we're like, and this is an interesting, love-hate thing in my mind for you guys. So it is certainly possible for everyone personally to build systems that they operate personally to deliver a lot of the same personal functions that you're getting for subscription in the cloud. I mean, like, the things where you're like running a Node.js server somewhere. Like I did this. I ran a Node.js server at what became Salesforce, Heroku, and they shut down the free tier and then started charging me. And then I started getting charges for uh, having a Node.js server that I was using to trigger voice prompts about things happening in my home from the security systems. And those security systems really were, there's things like, front doors open, that kind of stuff. So that system started costing me, I think it was like $4 a month. I saw it costing that. And I'm like, maybe that's okay. But then, I'm like, I think I could do this better. And I haven't turned it on yet, but I have, the plan to move that to some computers that I have of my own and run that locally instead of paying someone else. And I think a lot of us will do that are, savvy enough to host our own applications. I mean, I do believe in the Kubernetes model and those pieces, and I think a container to operate that would be fine. That's in fact, I was hosting a container in Heroku that provided the cloud support to connect to the cloud from my security system to induce specific Alexa devices to enunciate alerts. So that's the point is though you can build your own computing. I mean, you can use a Raspberry Pi. Heck, if you have a desktop, you can put some services on there and run them. I really do like the Cloudflare tunnels that they provide. I have those running now because they support. You ended up switching. Said, "Well, I can go for $50 a month. I can run my internet through T-Mobile over cellular," and did that. It's fine, but you just lost the ability to find your home and directly connect to it because they won't give you a static IP. They're like super natted your house in a way that you can't connect to it. So what you need is a meet me in the middle somewhere where you have devices that reach out into the cloud. Yes, I said it, the cloud, and they then in turn can use that connection that you've bridged from your uh, non-static IP network addressing to them, and then you can connect to their services and then go back through that same tunnel. And I have those implemented everywhere that I run internet services because I have cellular backup, and if I lose my static IP, I can't get to the services. But yes, I can get to them if the main service that I use is down. So definitely look into Cloudflare and their zero trust environment and look at what you can do there. I recommend it. And by the way, yes, I'm paying them for that. You're probably saying, well, Jeff, why don't you do that? And, I probably could do that myself too. So maybe that's another project I got to do. In any case, am I entertaining you guys out there? Ah, yes. Yes, John, good point on, mRNA. So some of us that have gotten our mRNA vaccines, it's good. By the way, I do think quantum computing is going to change how drugs are made, too. So that's the point. I mean, you got to get this done. So the road is so bumpy right now, it gives me the feeling like Super Cruise is out of control, but it's just the road. One of the funny things about the Hummer, though, is I really haven't seen any potholes that give the Hummer any pause. It's pretty wild. I have seen a rock, though, that cracked the windshield. Apparently that's a thing. The Jeep owners point that out to me, too. So the very, turret-like windshield is a problem with rocks. So in any case, kind of going around there. So back on cloud computing. So if you're a big business, should you run your own computing? I think this is a great question. And I think that, from my experience with computing, I've continued to see the ebb and flow of have central computing, don't have central computing. Have central computing, don't have central computing. And that works really well. I think the part that is a problem, though, if you're an OEM, an automotive manufacturer, original equipment manufacturer, and your primary mission is not building computers. And by the way, I don't think any of the people that build computers operate cloud computing, which is kind of interesting in a whole different light to me. But I feel like there is a business that is growing. I mean, I don't feel like we know it's there. AWS, Azure, Google Cloud. I wish I could say IBM Cloud in that same sentence. The the scale up of systems by highly skilled people, I do believe that is an art that should be done. And the question is, are people going to overcharge like they're going to overcharge for power for that kind of computing? I don't know. I mean, certainly, and I think the conversation is a different one than outsourcing. Outsourcing was, okay, you have all the systems, you got all those people to run them, you got to do this, you got to do that. I'll contract with you and I'll do that for you. I mean, that model kind of worked. You could have skilled people doing more and more systems, but it never caught fire. It didn't generate the cloud. what generated the cloud was businesses that needed computing to operate, that continued to build up their scaled operations and need them to function well. And then they said other people could use this, let's sell it. That's really where AWS came from. you know that's how that happened. And then I believe the other guys, Google did it a little. I mean, Google certainly did Kubernetes. It, I do think the Kubernetes substrate is still the right substrate. uh, I'd love to argue with people about uh, whether you should come up with the new computing architecture. And certainly people know my opinion of, like iOS XX. It's just that, it's the same operating system and with different user interface. That's not an operating system. That's UI, you know. But, we continue it, and hey, we got some bad behavior here. Okay, one last guy on the unknown. I'm going to super cruise into construction zone. Oh no. I'm not going to get maximum gap too. So I just think there's a lot of work to be done on making sure that you achieve the scale, you pay, you know, the right cost for the right work. And I'm, I'm not sure that's done yet. So we'll learn together. More bridge work. There's been a lot of construction on this drive, but in general, the construction, by some miracle, hasn't. I probably shouldn't jinx myself here, but it hasn't like made me take a lot of time to get anywhere. I mean, in general, besides yesterday, I overachieved my arrival by hours, so it was good. Well, going to Atlanta, I was on the clock too, but that didn't require any charging, so I knew I could be on the clock. Right? All right, let's go back into the cloud computing and thinking about that. So, let's think about NVIDIA. Let's think about how AI work is done in the cloud, and how people react to it. I mean, I'm getting less and less happy with Bloomberg. They seem to be a negative technology reporter. Things like, oh my God, did you know that to ask one question of ChatGPT-4, you have just put this much carbon into the world? I think they're using my 30% of electricity is generated, in a bad way to get there first. But I don't know why they are so upset. And their current tagline on their podcasts, I'm gonna delete them now from my morning news stream, is, oh, did you know that your electric vehicle's battery really isn't that good for the environment? You fool, implied. I don't like Bloomberg. Do not trust them. They need some technical help. They don't have it. So, I think we're up to date here. Appreciate you guys chatting, though. See, you're getting me to bounce around, talk about stuff. Uh-oh, old GMC radiator broken. I would like to know if in the Hummer, if it has a risk, because it has these louvers up in the very front of the vehicle that open and close. Like when I'm DC charging, it'll open and suck air through to cool its radiator for the heat pump. The heat exchanger there. I wonder if those are open while you're driving and if there's a risk of damage. I don't know. All right. What else we got here? I could potentially do a podcast, John, but I'm not. This is as close as I'm going to get for now. Others can ask, but I really had some fun with the talking about what's going on the trip, and my wife knows I was pretty frustrated yesterday, and in my frustrations, I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do about what I've done here. I think I might delete the whole thing because I really don't want this to be. It's not ready. Don't do it. I mean, my best advice to you is you can use an electric vehicle around home, and you can take a trip with it, but be prepared for the unexpected. It is the wild, wild west out there. I mean, there's a Flying J. I wonder if they're constructing some charging. I don't see it yet. You know, but certainly the Hummer for me in most of my life, driving to Maryland, driving to Lancaster, Pennsylvania, it's all good. I can do that. So that part's good. I mean, I think that from the electric vehicle perspective, there's so many systems that are talking to each other. And let me take on Sandy Monroe for a minute too. I'd love to talk to you, Mr. Monroe, because you got some ideas, but I know you're not actually a computer scientist, and I am. And when I hear things like, oh, Tesla is wonderful because they have one system that was built all in-house by all that is a bunch of, you know what? What really is going on, and by the way, the point that really bothered me about him, I mean, I still think he's great. I love to listen to him, no matter what. Even if he's wrong. He was talking about how Tesla's build is so wonderful, where they've started with a unified system from the beginning, and everything is done in a central thing, and you can't possibly have integration with modules. Maybe the CAN bus is a little slow, but the truth is the messages are super small. You can communicate between devices and it works. And we should always do that. But I think the thing that is a problem for everyone is edge conditions get you every time. And I think it happens in every vehicle. Eventually we work them out. But, my main experience with the Hummer is if anything's going on, turn it off, turn it back on, it works. And that has worked out. So, we got to work on initialization conditions and other things. Now, do I think that we should run Kubernetes in the vehicle and have a, super, the best processor at the time available for the vehicle at the right price, at the right electric consumption, all that? Yeah, let's do it. That's the right thing. But I still think you're going to have a network in the vehicle. You're going to be doing things that are going to talk to each other, and you're going to have things called application programming interfaces. And if you design them correctly, they'll work just fine. There is no miracle. If I have it all on one processor that I built, it still has to have sensors. It's got to get inputs. You're going to have APIs. So proceed with APIs. There is no advantage slash disadvantage to onboard or offboard. I mean, every computing environment that I've ever worked with, the single processor is not fast enough to run the whole thing. So you've got APIs between processors, between interfaces. I mean, if I go back to mainframe systems, initially there was a single processor, and then they built the attached processor. And those in the hardware, if I have two machines that can possibly look at memory at the same time, I need to have a semaphore, just like a train, to allow the right processor to look at the memory subsystem and lock that subsystem. Knows it's mine, and that was done with an instruction in the old 370 systems when we started doing the attached and multiprocessor systems called test and set. Now, test and set is good and bad. It's good in that it provides a way to synchronize memory between all processors and get it done. It's bad because all processors have to know you're doing it. So you end up, hurting performance. But it all can be done, so that's what you end up doing. So you're going to have interfaces in every system. So acting like Tesla doesn't have any interfaces is wrong. There are interfaces in every system. So let's get some computer science knowledge maybe in the vehicle so that things can work. It's not just wrenches. Yes, it's definitely there in EV. But John, I think it's also there on even on the mechanical systems because we continue to add. I mean, this same tech is in the cars that we have, and I had an issue where Super Cruise would not activate in my diesel Escalade, and because I didn't want to have to drive 90 miles to a dealer to get them to tell me they don't know what's wrong with it, uh, I did the thing that don't do it willy-nilly, but I disconnected 12-volt battery, put it back in, everybody rebooted, and it started working again. So uh, the, the edge conditions are what I'm talking about. I think that we spend enough time on edge conditions in the computing for vehicles, and that's what I'm recommending we improve. So all about the edge, the end. How do I get out of this loop? How do I know that my partner is not in a loop and needs to be kicked over and started over again? Those kind of things. I mean, I talked, to some of the designers for audio systems because long ago there was a bug in one of the GM audio systems that actually was running Windows Automotive, by the way, and it would get stuck somehow, and the audio would be on, and you couldn't turn it down. I said, look, if someone is constantly turning the volume up and down on their vehicle, there's a problem with the audio system. Reboot it. So how do you detect the edge condition that someone's gone into a loop? Well, one might be that. So we went through those kind of topics, and maybe some of those are in there. I mean, we certainly do have dead man timers. There are some of those available, but they're not all consuming on all the edge conditions that you could get into, and that's what I think we can fix. So I don't think it's just electric. I think it's all vehicles. Let's continue on edge conditions. So and technology adoption. So Cruise Automotive is working, to add more and more autonomous vehicles to San Francisco. It's working now in Houston. It's working in Austin. I have an account. One of my trips got to be to Austin and taken a cruise vehicle, but it seems like there's another factor, and this relates to the striking that, back to SAG and others. And I think even the UIW was grousing about this now, that, oh, those cruise automation vehicles, those Waymo vehicles, they're going to end the taxi driver's life. That's not good. I I don't know why we protect jobs. I mean, I know Europe has works council protecting jobs too. So we got to work on how we transition people out of those jobs that we're taking out of the menial work for people. And I don't want someone watching the vehicle making mistakes for it. I want the vehicle to understand the edge conditions. That's what we're talking about here. And but what I see now is I see attacks on the technology to say, turn that off, it's never going to work. And that worries me. And what I'm talking about is apparently there have been a couple different things that have happened to Cruise, and San Francisco's response was, oh, you can only have half as many vehicles on the road now. I'm like, what does that mean? Any case, apparently a bunch of Cruise vehicles got stranded because the cellular network got overloaded at a concert downtown or something, and they just sat there. I don't know if it's true or not, but I'm pretty confident that there are ways to maintain quality of service on the cellular network. Maybe, Cruise did not negotiate a deal that did that, but you can get it done. So get that done, Cruise. But the other one that's going on that worries me is the first responders complaining that the Cruise vehicles are causing problems, that they're in their way, that they're this. And I'm pretty confident the Cruise vehicles are probably the most compliant vehicles ever, and they don't keep moving. And maybe that's what it is. They don't want a mobilization. They want, to understand that I'm headed your way and I need you to let me in, that kind of thing. So I don't know, but I'm worried about San Francisco then reducing the number of cars that Cruise can have on and acting like maybe we don't want to be the city for this. And I don't know. That bothered me. Any thoughts out there? Well, couldn't find the sensor lanes there when we got over. Not quite sure why. I can find them. There is some tar on the road. Here, grab hold again. Need to do that. Yeah, so I do worry about the masses being against technology. And, I haven't seen too much negative on the Hummer. Uh, I have had people asking me, about, I've been thinking about getting Hummer. Yeah, the pickup truck comes over, not a Hummer, but, any electric vehicle. And I gave them my best opinion of when you can find gas stations that look like uh, the gas pumps, we're ready. But until then, we're not. That's my current stance. I do think I found an edge condition in the Hummer for charging, but I don't think that's a reason to stop that. I do, just back on charging. I'll harp on that again here. I've done it before, I think. So fuel, a diesel Escalade fuels at 20,000 miles an hour for the whole fueling event. The Hummer, for the first 10 minutes, can fuel at almost 600 miles an hour and then slows down. So if I can get a 10-minute, 100-mile boost and keep going. I mean, I think that really would be my ideal approach, but there isn't that much charging yet, so I can't do that. I mean, I would have pulled over for every gas station at every 100 miles and done that 10-minute thing. And frankly, I think that might make the humans happier too. But we really got to improve that. We got to improve the range. We got to improve the pace. I really think we need an 800-mile range vehicle that can charge overnight at a hotel, at your home, at someone else's home. That's really where we got to go. And when we get there, I think it's going to be exciting. And I think it's going to continue to improve. But, you know, don't buy the supercharger nonsense. It's not supercharging. It's, it's just a DC input. And if you have a small vehicle like the Tesla Model 3, you can charge pretty fast if you pay for the right batteries. All fine. But and I think you're helping, get somewhere with those vehicles if that's what you want to ride in. It's just not my style, and I guess I'm an American. I think people guys. I was talking to the guys about that earlier. They're saying you're not a bad American, you're just an American. So let the games continue. Yeah, we're kind of washed out again. I see. I really do hope that if you're watching this later, you'll engage on the comments as well. If you guys really think that I can make a podcast that a lot of people will listen to, maybe I should do it. I don't know. It is funny, as a kid, I always felt like I would, the way you know that you're wealthy is that you own your own news network. Seems like you can own your own news network now. I just don't know that I want to operate it. So anyone out there in the chat? Any other topics? Got another 23 miles to go here. I'll probably charge for somewhere around an hour or so. And I should have enough power to make it to Michigan. Heading to Fort Wayne right now. I think you guys passing me. Okay, so quick stats update. We have a range of 103 miles, 102 miles now, about 23% or 33% state of charge. So that looks like we're at, 306-mile range cruising. I'm cruising at 80 right now. So we've driven 174.5 miles. We've used 138.2 kilowatt hours. And 48 degrees out. And so I'm definitely letting it generate a little bit of heat. not much. Use 1.3 kilowatt hours to operate the climate. I'm trying to decide if I want to turn on battery conditioning. I don't feel like I need to because the chargers are going to be low power. I don't think it's going to matter. I'll be able to get, the system will do its thing when I plug in. If I was going to a 350 kilowatt charger, I would turn on conditioning now, just to be clear. Just looking for a chat. Yes. We need to improve the edge condition practice. That's my opinion. Edge conditions are a problem, and they're always hard to recreate. Always hard. Every system. In my earliest memory of an edge condition is my young days at IBM Research. The guy wrote a paper in search of a microcode bug. And there was a bug in the control unit for disk storage on IBM mainframes. That was so hard to find. And it was found, but not after a lot of pain. All right, John, have a good breakfast. I'm amazed that you're up so early, but I'm an early riser too. I think I'm just going to have to fly out to Seattle and say hi at some point here, though. Pretty sure I can get Bart to come with me there. Definitely has made the ride interesting to me. Just thinking and doing my soliloquy with you guys. Definitely got some wind resistance now, but still, maintaining the 26% arrival. I think it went up 1% this time. Okay, just hit 30%, 92-mile range. I do think I'm going to keep the truck on during the charge. Just hoping a charge is available when I get there. Seems like it's pretty popular in PlugShare. It's probably because it has a great price, 24 cents a kilowatt. That's still double what I want to pay, but at that price, you're competing effectively with any kind of fueled vehicle. Okay, I'm going to 302. Okay, see, around 14 exit closed. That's fine. More road work. Yeah, my plan is I'm going to put my address in and see how much power it thinks I have to get there. And then I'm going to go to the Electrify America chargers in Novi and hopefully plug into one and just see if it charges. I'm hoping it does. If it doesn't, then I'm going to open a tack case by taking it to a dealer in Michigan. The camera seems to be able to deal with this lighting, and I think it's just going to get grayer and grayer, so you'll be able to see. So I'll probably try to transmit the next piece, and I intend to just leave it on here as we're sitting charging. Road work. It's interesting. So CarPlay obeys my stay at night mode. Just observing that. That just helps you guys being able to see what's on the display. Day mode just washed out. So now we got a little guy thinking he's a race car. Not sure why. I get the reckless driving $1,000 fine state. He would have deserved that just now. We're pulling into Fort Wayne. Telling us our road construction over and over, but now it's finally coming. I got 3 miles to go, so I'm going to be in construction, it says. A lot of wind. Might want to get a little extra power to get through the wind. Over.
In 2 miles, take exit 302 for Jefferson Boulevard.
Down.
West.
A lot. And Super Cruise is doing this one. New bridge. Twenty-four west here. 5.6 miles to go. Looks like it might have rained here a little bit. It's clear now. We got one more bridge, or I can exit.
In half a mile, take exit 302 for Jefferson Boulevard for US 24 West.
Okay, this one's just a little interesting. May or may not supervise it correctly. It is doing it. Here's my Jefferson Boulevard in the construction.
Take exit 302.
Well, take that. Get out of this region. Got it.
In
All
a
right.
quarter mile, keep right. Follow
81.
signs for Fort Wayne.
81% or 81 miles range estimated. 28% state of charge. Got 4.3 miles to the charger. So it's not exactly on the way.
Keep right.
Merging in here. More construction. And I'm welcome to the downtown Fort Wayne.
Continue on West Jefferson Boulevard for 2 miles.
The sun made the automatic wiping think it was raining. Maybe we'll try to wash it. I was imagining I was supervising and I wasn't. It was interesting that the check-ins at this charger were like BMWs. I didn't see any lyrics. Let's check it again. I don't remember any lyrics. Nice town. Like I said, my plan is to just keep the key on. Let you guys online here. Just record the status. Turn it off. That was interesting. I couldn't get the auto wipers to stop just now. There they go. Okay, got it stopped. Actually, only little stuff off of there. Okay, I think it might actually be raining. Perfect for my charge, no. But yeah, I think it's raining. So you got that regen, 181 kilowatts going back in at one point. $49 degrees out. So I haven't really seen any degradation here at 50 degrees, but I think when it starts heading under 20, it's going to reduce the range. I'm not quite sure why it was giving such a high estimate. I mean, we did have a DTC reset, so potentially that caused it to reset its guess on range. I mean, that 400 some mile range guess was weird. The nav wasn't believing it. Okay, one more road. 2 miles down there.
mile, turn left onto Getz Road.
It definitely got some rain here. Okay, I think this is my turn. Yeah.
Take the next left onto Getz Road.
I could have made that a little more visible.
Continue on Getz Road for 1 mile.
35. It's still cool out here. I can see exhaust. This car must just be warming up. Hoping the dealer's open for service today because I'd like to be able to get in for a minute, talk to them, see how they're doing. Nice following. Knew there was something going on.
In a quarter mile, use the middle lane to turn left onto Illinois Road.
80-mile estimated range, 28% state of charge. Okay, so it says I can go either way.
Use the middle lane to turn left onto Illinois Road, then turn right onto Grand National Drive.
Okay, we're definitely in dealership row. Let's get the stats here. So 197 miles. Sorry, I really can't read this. 192.7 miles, 151.9 kilowatt hours. 1.5 of those kilowatt hours went to climate. Might have heated the battery a little. I don't know what the primer. I need to get some of those stats, like what temperature it wants to be at. At the go. There, I wasn't moving when I should have been. I wasn't looking at the map either. Where's the turn? It's right there.
Turn right onto Grand National Drive, Magnavox Way. Then use the left 2 lanes to turn left to stay on Grand National Drive.
It says Magnavox here, but Grand National on this side. Okay. We're on their road. Driving by Menards.
Use the left 2 lanes to turn left to stay on Grand National Drive, Magnavox Way.
Okay, left 2 lanes aren't really good myself.
In a quarter mile, turn right.
The Tube car wash. Too bad it's raining. Bill Tire's busy. Volvo dealer. He's got some chargers too.
Turn right, then turn left.
Yep, Mini. And here's my man, Tom Kelly. And I see the chargers.
Keep left to continue on Grand National Drive.
There's Cadillac. Both
Your
chargers
destination
are
is
currently
on the right.
available. Just maneuvering through here. So you can park anywhere you want. I'm going to park like this. Get in here as far as I can. All right, we're in. We're lowering. While it's lowering, I will put this on where we're going. We need 42% charge. Okay. I'm getting it hooked up, hopefully. $41. I need to get to 41. I need to add 41%. All right, so you guys are still out there, I'm hoping. Let's check the status here. Just trying to make sure it's working. Looks like we're up and running. Should be. Yep, we're there. All right, good to see you guys. So I'm gonna let this thing charge. I'm gonna get back in here after I go talk to the dealer for a little bit. But I'm gonna let you guys on. You'll be able to see the charging there. I'm gonna actually work on that camera a minute. Let's fix this a little. All right, so we are accepting 81 kilowatts right now. I'm just making sure you have a chance of seeing it. I'm not sure why it decided it was allowed to play music just now. But yeah, you got the view I wanted there. So I'm going to close the door so stop dinging and locking. All right. Just taking a look in here. Take a look for a second for you. All right. So I just wanted to give you guys a quick update that we are charging successfully. Still, I just talked to the dealer in here, and they're telling me that their charger, while it says it could do 125 kilowatts, it's not doing quite that. But we're getting more than 62. I'm getting 82 kilowatts. So we've got a little ways to go yet. Still at it's predicting I need 32% more. I've got to go 178 or 30% more. I've got to go 178 miles. Currently, estimated range is 118. Definitely going to do a little extra. But good news is we're certainly charging. And frankly, we're getting an extra 20 kilowatts I wasn't expecting. So just wanted to give you that quick update. And I'm going to leave the broadcast running while it's doing this. I'm going to get recording this. Frankly, I want to look at this later. So keeping you in the know. I'm going to find my sunglasses. I should turn this off. There we go. Might be wasting a little bit of the power. It was. It's cooling the car inside to a low temperature. All right, looks like there won't be any more sunglasses today, guys. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm back. Let's see how we're doing here. Yeah, we're still needing 16%. You're not at a charging stop. We're charging. Okay, we're holding steady.
This route avoids road closures. You are on the fastest route. You should reach your destination by 1:04 p.m.
Okay, pretty cool. I'd like to get there at 104. Unfortunately, I've still got to wait for 16% more power. Charge about 80, 70%. Yeah, so the charge point charger is displaying some interesting numbers, which I don't understand. So, not sure what's going on there. I would like to turn the vehicle off. I'm not going to because it'll interrupt the stream. Anybody out there? Not right now. All right, so we're holding steady at 85 or so kilowatts coming in. Still want 16% more charge to get there. And I'm going to take it. So is updating in real time. We're now at 15%. Let's take a look at energy while we're doing this. All right, so we can pull up the data. So we're adding 134 miles per hour. Current range. Interesting. It's saying, okay, 172. Charge complete by 11:45, which we don't need a full charge. Yeah, it would have been sweet. So the dealer told me that even though the charger should be able to do 125 kilowatts, they're not quite getting that. I mean, we're heading for 90 kilowatts, but that's it. The battery seems to be happy to just sit here. It's 48 degrees outside. The heat pump is not running. Actually, I should be able to look on the charge point app, see what's going on here now. Let's do that. Interesting that the iPhone is suggesting the charge point app might be interesting right now. Let's see. Charging activity. Okay. I don't know why it's. Oh, we're back to that. There we go. All right, so I can see a steady climb in power. It's I've gotten 61.35 kilowatts according to the charger. I mean, it climbed up slowly at the beginning to about 81 kilowatts, and right now you've ramped up to 85 or 86 kilowatts. And those kilowatts are going straight in the battery. I have the air conditioning off. It appears it is not needing to do anything else, so we're accepting the full power the charger will give us. So that's pretty good. So I think while we're waiting here, I am going to wait for yeah, the percentages are dropping nicely, needed. So I'm going to put out the word that we are live. Okay, so I'm going to go to my profile. Okay, I got my repost out there. Let's go to Facebook. Love the percentage dropping nicely. Hey, who's out there? Just putting the word out. Just give me a message in the chat and we can talk. I'm just sitting here charging right now. Need another 11% battery power at least, according to the nav. Before I go, we'll see what number I decide to go at. I mean, it says I need to go 178 miles. The gasometer is currently at 184, so we're definitely heading into able to go. But I won't leave until the red number has disappeared from the destination. So that's my final destination today in Michigan. Okay, the message is out. We are at 10%. I'm going to change the font maybe here. There we go. That's perfect. All right, anyone out there? Any topics you'd like to discuss? I was over talking to the dealers. They've sold 4 Hummers at this Tom Kelly Buick GMC, and I think they sold 4 Lyrics so far. They have 1 in stock. I'm sitting here at a charge point station installed by the Cadillac dealer, but I'm sure they share it with the GMC dealer. It's a 2-stall charge point network charger, and in theory, it could be giving me 125 kilowatts. That would have been an amazing bonus, but it's only giving me about 86 kilowatts, which is still a bonus because online it says 62. It didn't mention the shared capability, but so I am stealing power. So as long as no one plugs in the other charger, I'm going to maintain a little bit higher rate. So that saved me some time, but I'm still going to at least charge up. We'll see what number I go to. And we're at 9% more. So it looks like it's sort of zeroing in that it wants 60. Let's look at it. 69% on that. 58. So it wants 67% state of charge before it thinks we can make it safely. And I'm willing to accept the kilowatts at this rate. This rate is almost twice what I was getting last night, and it's half as expensive. Yeah, I can actually pull up the live again here. Do that. Back to charge point. There we are. So live, we're going on at 71 kilowatts at ELR. Unfortunately, ELRs cannot charge on these chargers. It's interesting. It's still ramping its power level for me. I like it. Very slow ramp. I'm thinking you can see this. Let's get it on that view there. Oh, the reflections are bad. I don't know. But in any case, we are charging successfully. Still wondering what I did with the sunglasses. I might look for them a little bit more. But there is a steady slope up of power into the vehicle right now. All right, I'm going to get out for a second, just look around. Shut down this, but 73 kilowatts so far, $18.83. Exciting to see the 200-mile range appearing, down to 8% more. Yeah, I was just checking. The heat pump is indeed not running. It seems to be happy getting cooled by the ambient 48-degree temperature out there. Charging nicely though. Hoping I can keep it from shutting down. It's going to shut down in 3 minutes. Don't want that. Do not shut down. Did give me conditions incorrect for shift. Indeed, they were. Do not want to shift when you're plugged in. But I'm hoping I reset the timer. We'll find out. If I lose you in 3 minutes, I'll take the time to restart. But we're at 5% more at once. Getting some messages. 4% more. Checked out of my last hotel because I checked out there quite a while ago. Okay, I think I might hear a fan running now. Hey, thanks for the safe travels. How's it going? We got a 2 hour and 42-minute drive ahead according to Google there, but I still need another 4%. I'm currently charging. Okay, let's make sure that the view looks fine. It does. I was trying to figure out what I did with the sunglasses. I'm going to take this coat off and leave. I'm happy that no one else is charging, so I'm getting a faster charge here. All right, 3% more. Maintaining my high charging level. I'm loving it. Just open the windows to get a little cool air. It's warming up in here. %. I think I'm going to charge to +5. That's my current plan. So I probably really need a bit more. As long as it's willing to give it, I'm going to take it. Hey, who's out there? Say hello on the chat. Yes. So the shutdown message actually was interesting, and it appears you can just shift in and out. Because I think it would have shut itself down now, so it knows I'm still here. I got the conditions incorrect for shift. I'm plugged into the charger, so that's good. But if you want to keep your AC on, I've learned because I wanted to keep the bed running at a tailgate. Once an hour, you got to shift it out of park. Just tip for you guys. So if you don't want to lose your football games in the middle while you're watching while you're tailgating at some remote location with your truck, just shift it every hour. Please put it back in park after the shift. So say hello if you're out there in the chat. We're just finishing up a charging session, which should get me to my final destination for today. I'm happy to report that DC fast charging is working fine. I'm just not using the EVgo chargers right now. I am going to do a test with an EVgo charger as my plan when I arrive in Michigan. Just a quick one just to see if it has any troubles with it. Just based on that, I may let the truck wait for a bit in Michigan. We'll see. We'll do some testing. That's what we're here for. Okay, so we're about to have the truck report that it thinks it could make it. The current range is 223 miles estimated. Okay, we're at 0. It says we need to go. So it's looking to have a 30-mile buffer. I'd like the number not to be 0% on arrival. So it usually is pessimistic, but let's just get a little buffer since we're going to head into some pretty much no charging areas. Still going. Look at the charging statistics here. Yeah, so it's looking like I'll probably charge another 15 minutes here. But please join in the chat. I think I wasted a little bit of the power because I had left the AC on. Didn't realize I had done that. In the scheme of things, I don't think it was important. But so yeah, we're looking here. Still at 0 right now. The theory is that the Hummer goes into limp mode somewhere around 3%. I'm predicting that if I left now, I'd probably get there at 5, but I'm thinking I want it to be displaying 5 at a minimum before I leave. And we're still, slowly ramping one or two more kilowatts. Just love to see it touch 90.
You'll arrive at 47,955 Andover, Doctor, with less than 1%.
Still wants to add a stop. We're at 1% now. The Earth seems to be moving while we're sitting here. It's interesting. It can get to 89 kilowatts, but never hits 90. Okay, another percent there. Yeah, I'm going to go with the 5% arrival number. That'll let me just put it in the garage in Michigan and charge it up. Make those increments. It's funny. It seems a lot more welcoming to charge at a dealership. So I recommend the dealers put in a nice charging area. Still think we need covers, but just notice there's an old Corvette. I don't know if you can see this mirror at all, but old Corvette in the mirror. Well, actually, let's see here. Oh yeah, you can see it. You got the mirror right up here. Look at that Corvette, white Corvette. Can we hit 90 kilowatts? Doesn't look like it. 89, 89. There's the 4. It's currently targeting another 8 minutes of taking in power. So we are at about 73% state of charge right now. So almost a 50% charge right now. Yeah, so I think we're going to charge until 11. We do 8 more minutes. Finally got a charging stop where the cellular service is good, and I went for the don't turn it off approach. So yeah, so we'll do the 6 minutes of charging. I'm going to be on a call, so I'm going to go on mute at 11, but okay, I'm going to get on a call here. I'm going to take the 5 minutes, and then we're going to roll. Actually, I'm going to go with 4 more minutes. 4 more minutes of charging. Four more minutes. You can see the arrival time incrementing, but the charging percentage also incrementing. 4 more minutes. Currently estimating 249 miles of range. Here's my bogey of 5%. I think we'll beat that, but we're building buffer now. Hey, thank you for joining. Just let you know that I am going to be on mute for a little bit. If one of my other calls starts up, if it does, I don't know, but we're just building up the buffer charging right now. Got a 6% margin of error. Oh, we made it to the 90. I saw 90 kilowatts going in just now. It's always good. It's going to take 3 more minutes of charging, and we're at 90 kilowatts going in. A slow, very slow ramp here. Like I said, I'm at a shared station, so if someone else were to pull in and plug in, I'd only get 62 kilowatts. Assuming that they were taking, they're 62, I'm assuming. But apparently these chargers were down a week ago too, by the way. So chargers still continually need maintenance, guys. Okay, windows up. A little less road noise for you guys. Hey, if you're out there, say hello in the chat. Look at that beautiful 7. 3 minutes going here. Okay, 1 more minute. Probably going to hit 8, which will be fine. I'm going to go for that. and I'm predicting it'll be somewhere higher than 8 when we get there. All right, whichever comes first, 8 or there's 8, I think. All right, I lied. I'm gonna wait until one more minute. We're definitely here. Back to 89 going in though. Those 90s are tantalizing, weren't they? All right, so I do have a conference call started. I don't know if anyone else is going to join. So if the join occurs, I am going to mute this call, but I'm going to keep the broadcast running. Okay, I'm being entertained waiting till 11 just to see if I get up to 9. Just about there. And we're almost at 80% state of charge. It's funny, yesterday, after the DTC reset, when I was at 80% state of charge, it was like, you can go 350 miles with 80% state of charge. I'm like, that'd be spectacular. I mean, it actually was reporting 425-mile range. All right, there's 11. Appears we did not hit the 80% or the 9% I was expecting here. It's got to be close, though. Got to be so close. All right, there it is. All right, we're going to stop the charge. I'm going to just hit the stop button on this. Stop charge. Yes, I'll stop the current charge. Okay, we are not charging. In fact, using power. I'm going to turn this on. Okay, so we added 112 kilowatts. Once again, 112 kilowatts for 94. One more thing to do here. Okay. Sorry about that. So $28 charge there. We are back to rolling. There was something back there. Let's see. All right. Let's get this up. We're on our way. Thank you for shifting. Get out a different way here. Wondering where I am. Seems like it knows what I'm doing.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto Grand National Drive, Magnavox Way. In a quarter mile, turn right onto Grand National Drive, Magnavox Way.
I'm just going to go back out there and get back on the road.
Turn right onto Grand National Drive, Magnavox Way, then turn right onto Illinois Road. Turn right onto Illinois Road, then use the right lane to take the I-69 North ramp.
Going toward Lansing.
Use the right lane to take the I-69 North ramp, then merge onto I-69 North.
Reckless driving, $6,000 in 6 years. That doesn't sound good. Okay, this looks good. Okay, I am getting my own lane.
Continue on I-69 North for 90 miles.
I was a little delayed. Cruise engaged. Maximum following distance. Notice how the increasing range has started. It's already saying, oh, we'll go 10. And we're moving. Speed up a little. Looking at the Hummer. The new driver. Going down. But it's exciting to know that I have the power I need to get to my destination today. Looking. Yeah, there's 11% now. Nice cellular coverage. Allowed quite a bit of broadcasting today. And I hope I'm not jinxing myself, but oh no, I did have a crash. But I think that might have been coverage related. I don't know. I didn't have any crashes with the Chromebook. Construction ending. No. If you're out there, send us a message in the chat. Let's chat. And if you're watching, comments are welcome. Definitely willing to interact on a non-real-time basis as well. Just cruising from Fort Wayne, Indiana to Novi, Michigan. And one of the things about Super Cruise is you never realized how important the line painters were. You know, I feel like you should give line painters a tip if you're a Super Cruise user. How much longer do we have construction? Back to no road information here. We may acquire. Here we are, back on Super Cruise. Back to cab. Speed seems to be at least 65. And more construction. I think this construction is shut down. Funny how that works, huh? All right, anybody out there? Find that little chat box and open up the chat and send us a message. See, I knew I'd charge too long. It's now up to 12% estimate when we get there. Oh, and non-existent construction. Definitely got some wind though, so I'm glad I have a buffer. Over and over again. Come on, go on, get over there. No, don't get over there. Change your mind, change your mind. All right, the journey today, we covered about how many miles? Let's see, usage, done 204.9 miles. We've used about 159 kilowatts, 159.8 kilowatts hours, cruising along nicely. We charged from about 26% state of charge to 75 or 6% state of charge, maybe almost 80. I don't know. I didn't check that carefully. I'm sorry. Go faster because we have more power. Okay, I'm going to roll. Let's look for police. Rolling good. looks like it's pretty good. The clouds are just perfect. Okay, managed to chop down that 12% to 11. We're rolling at higher speed than expected, and we're pushing some wind. Seems like it's more of a crosswind, but I'm sure it's not helping us. Hey, who's out there? Put a message in the chat. We can talk. We can talk. Give me a topic to talk about. Ask questions. I've invented a new term, augmented life, AL. I think it goes nice with my name. Stereo. So we're taking 69 to 94. We're going to be coming through Jackson. Although this is a nice demo of Super Cruise dealing with wind. I got a crosswind right now. Sure you can hear it. I do think a grease pencil might be an interesting tool to have as an EV driver to write messages on chargers to the next person about how things went. Something you could clean off, but it would still be on the charger for a period of time. Deer stand over there. What's interesting is this is really the first day of my drive. It's windy and Super Cruise is having to deal with it, and it is. Yeah, probably get arrested. Because I'm alone on the call. My Super Cruise fence checking in. Yep. A lot of building. Okay, now we're starting to use more power than he likes. Start ratcheting down a little. Maybe one more. Looks like we've had some rain here. Salvage operation over to the right, I can see. Grinding up old cars, putting them in metal, putting them in railroad cars. Road is opening up nicely here. See rain potential. All right, we're going to slow down a little bit more. Lost another percent estimate. Looks like this is going to push me in 60 miles, but okay. It's an off-circuit cruise, and it's raining. Found the rain. This might put a damper literally on me wanting to test DC charging when I get there. We'll see. Oh, really cool looking rainbow over there. It's got the lights on. Okay, I want to get on here. Hang on, this call. It looks like the iPhone can't maintain a video call while it's plugged in. I wonder if that's going to be a problem with my iPhone broadcasting plan. Builders in here. I'm going to slow down the drastic amount now. Thanks for getting up a clean windshield. Bolt coming up alongside. Look to give him the thumbs up. Kind of motorcycle today. I'm drifting. See someone's joined. Send a message in the chat. Let's chat. What topic would you like to discuss? Just a Hummer trying to go 80. It's entertaining. All right, 236.4 miles, 187.8 kilowatts. That's kilowatt hours. How's everyone doing out there? Looks like the crack in my windshield has grown another half-inch since I started this morning. Just hopefully it doesn't obscure the Super Cruise camera.
Watch out. Vehicle on shoulder ahead.
Lane keeping camera. Car stopped. I don't think so. 1% back, I'm going to start inching up the speed a little. Of course, now we're heading more into the wind. Got 44 miles of this angled stuff. Yeah, it's windy and rainy. I don't know if I'm going to do this charging test. I'm trying to think about it. Hey, Joni. Got to get to the tailwind here. Oh, so it's sunny in Michigan. I thought it was going to be raining when I get there. Man, it's coming down hard now. Super Cruise is happy to keep rolling, though. I'm going to slow down to the speed limit. Wow. Rolled back down to 47 here. Looks better up there ahead now. It's weird. Oh, confusion on Super Cruise far. I went down to 8% there. I don't know if that rain fight was bothering it. All right, I'm going to go. No. Still cruising. This looks like it's clearly going to be my longest video, which is cool. Probably jinxed it there, but hopeful for coverage. 146 for regular, 469 for diesel. Okay, we're about to enter Michigan. I see the Pure Michigan sign.
Welcome to Michigan.
I think it's Aretha Franklin is our icon for Michigan in Google. We have two Pure Michigan signs. And it did get nicer, Joni. Definitely heading more into the window. Trying to get my 8% estimate to go to 9 again. 184 estimated range, 124 miles to go. We feel safe, but I don't want to overdo it. Back to 50 degrees. Video's a little washed out again. Yeah, I thought we were going to have rain the rest of the way. I didn't realize this. It's nicer. I definitely will charge. It's not, probably, I mean, DC fast charge test with Electrify America. If not, I'm going to go home to charge. Okay, we get back up to 9. I can feel the super push, man. Too bad I'm not turned west yet. 35 more miles till I turn west. I feel like I'm going to hit the jackpot on low power getting pushed by the wind. Let me give it one more. We're going good. Slowly incrementing the speed again. Yeah, so 69 here is pretty nice. I don't think it we're driving the whole way over here to get to Novi from the other direction. Why would you get so close to me when you finish your pass? Let's get the overview of this route. 2 minutes slower, but a lot more power. We're going that way. And we're going faster. Yeah, the route planning, it's not my cup of tea. All right, say hello in the chat out there. Hey, look at, I changed the path, took a little turn off, cut off of it. I went from down to 8. I added so much more power, and I should have done that from the beginning because I wasted time charging. All right, don't trust the route planning. I had that actually in one of my other journeys where I noticed because when I was going to Atlanta, I could arrive with 10% more power just taking a route driving in the hinterlands a little bit in South Carolina, which I did. And I guess I should have known to do that again, but I didn't. It's going to take 2 minutes longer, and I save 8% power. And that's real money, people. You can still get a little rain in Michigan. I think this means I'm not going to go through Jackson. And burning up a little bit of the power, but I'm making it up with time now. I'm willing to go faster to save time. We got a pacer here, see if Super Cruise decides it's going to make the Super Cruise pass. Oh, we're trying it. Doesn't look like he's willing to pace us completely. stuff off your dashboard there, man. I'm getting the wind again. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna be fine now. Use that power and make up time. I'm 100% back. Still rolling. So we've got 100 miles to go. I just changed the route slightly. Got a better perspective on it. Just see what it comes up there. Yeah, it looks like what's happening is I was optimized for Super Cruise. I'm going to have to drive on that route and get even more power if I want to go slower. Just missed that one. Darn it. That one had more Super Cruise on it. Do you think we're going to have tailwinds? Pretty good. Still rolling. So I guess I've learned that I should be checking the alternate routes all the time. I think that they need to add, you know, best power utilization versus time versus Super Cruise. You need that, those three levels. I mean, it is there, but it's not letting you select how it decides. So I think that's an opportunity. And I think I only charged 10 minutes. 50% state of charge, 153 estimated range. Definitely destroying range right now. Okay, we're in low state of coverage. Still working. 3.5 miles to our exit. Yes, I think the Chargers in Novi are the same kind that were in Terre Haute. So I do think it'll be a good test. Just clicked over 2,500 miles for the week, of which I've driven a precious few of them.
Take exit 25, Michigan 60 toward Jackson, 3 quarters.
I'm slowing down. Cruising along. So I am still going to Jackson. It was free electricity in Jackson. I drove my ELR there once and charged while I had my favorite flavor of Culver's flavor of the day, Boston cream pie, which I don't think they make anymore. But now it says it's similar ETA. No, it's not. It uses 7% more of the battery. I think I'm going to hit the jackpot because I think I'm going to have a tailwind.
In half a mile, take exit 25 for Michigan 60 toward Jackson, 3 quarters. Take exit 25.
There we are. I'm cut on an angle now, but I think I'm going to achieve some tailwind. That's what I'm hoping.
In a quarter mile, turn right
With
on
rain,
Michigan
certainly.
60 east.
Yeah, Super Cruise was maintaining an impressive lock on the lane in heavy rain.
Turn right onto Michigan 60 East.
All right, here we go. Definitely slower, but
Continue for 31 miles.
McDonald's. I think I didn't want that much. 150. Always stop. I think this will be good. This is more. I don't think I've been on this road. Expiration is good. Everyone has a stop. And now we got 55, so I'm pretty happy. I lost another percent on the estimate. But you can tell I'm not in that wind that I was in before. I'm expecting that to raise. We're rolling. Using lane keep assist to do the lane centering a little. It's doing fine. It's not quite Super Cruise, but
Do you want to send a message or make a call?
none. Yeah, it's interesting that we didn't do the 2-lane Super Cruise on this road. I think we did it on the previous one. That would have saved even more power, which I already missed. Oh well. I'm increasing my or decreasing my time to get there though. It's going well. 144 miles estimated with 47% state of charge. Estimated arrival with 14% charge. Which will be good because that'll be similar to where I was when I tried to use the DC fast chargers at EA, so I can test that again. People want to move on here. I got 28 miles to go until I get on 94. Poor man. Get off there. No, 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 no. What are you two doing? stupid driving. And I know the guy was trying to let him off, but wasted my energy. You know, Hummer definitely can maintain a straight line. Okay. Nice tailwind. Hopefully that maintains on 94. Bring it over. Okay, so I think I am going to do DC fast charging battery conditioning. Hopefully I have less than 23 minutes left on here. L Drive South. Interesting name. They're slowing it down. We're in Homer. 359 for regular, 429 for diesel. And the two stations in the town are selling it for the same price. Okay, we're coming around. Assuming we get to accelerate again here, yes, sir. Very short passing lane. I think it's blowing more air at me suddenly there. I don't know why. Leaves are coming down. Getting pushed by the guy behind me. Go a little faster. He's just planning on passing me here. Really should have Super Cruise here. He's gonna pass. That's fine. Go for it, man. I like it. The broadcast continues. So I won't be going live anymore until, better watch it here, until Tuesday. Tuesday will be the next live broadcast. Thinking that things are fine again, and I will be going to Dayton on Tuesday. So I'll add one more day of broadcasting. It'll be today, Tuesday to Dayton, and Wednesday, Dayton State College. .131 mile predicted range. I'm at 43%, maybe 44% state of charge. Yeah, we definitely need the battery meter switch. I said, I'd like to see not only the bar, but the percentage would be nice too. iPhone finally turned it on. Android had it forever. They put it in the battery. Brembo. 16 miles to go. Please add Super Cruise to Michigan 60. The Whiffle Tree Inn. You guys slowing down now. I don't know that I want to do any crazy passing here. Stinks though. Pumpkins, nothing like those pumpkins I saw in Charlotte. Monster pumpkins. $250 pumpkin. Pumpkins. In the broadcast, we'll find out. Yep, there it went. Oh, lady recovered. Yeah, we managed to get back. Yay. Thank you for slowing me down. I don't have to do the work. It's worth following you for that. Barbecue, but for sale. Oh well. Laundromat. We're rolling again. 12 miles to go. One here. Broadcasting again. Lower coverage again. Still working now. 53 degrees. Top is not hot like it was most of the rest of the trip. Cider, mums, and apples. 70 miles to go. Full signal strength. Right there's the tower, I can tell. Probably the most work it did all day was service my hotspot. That held me back a little, but I'm almost there. Nice garages around here. Custom welding. Getting off, so we'll be rolling here in a minute. Getting off there, and we are rolling. Openings after the report, please, but I don't see any. Slow it down again in a second here. Get down to 55 first. 45 through here. Looks like you got the party going on. I don't know what they're doing, but parking in the mud. Oh, it's a pumpkin patch. Looks like you get to pick your pumpkin literally. Definitely in town here a little bit. 150-year-old town. Spring Arbor. Spring Arbor University. Pretty cool. Taft Road. Not to be confused with Taft. There's a pizza place that is open. And a McDonald's. I might just go over to, well, no. I don't know. We'll see. 66 miles to go. And we're still broadcasting. 35 now. More. Side store looks like a car wash to me. There's that Dollar General thinking about those chargers. I don't know. They need to have pumps though, right? So need more space. In general, they don't have enough space. So Lane is thinking about changing them. They put it in. All right, wrote it down. Ito's Espresso. Very nice. Come on, guys, let's roll. I will pass these people if I can. Made it to all of 50. Got the wrong side passing on the hill. Little L. And there's a short passing zone. It seems to be across with me, but I think I'm heading more north again now. One thing I don't seem to have is a good compass. I guess I do have a compass in this. Let's see here. Give me the compass. There it is. Yeah. Heading northeast, but getting it there. Four and a half miles to go. Got the green light, but we have some traffic to deal with. But this guy helped me do that. Are you turning? Yes. We got 4 miles. We can make some hay while the sun shines. Still transmitting. Getting closer. Kind of a weird path here. Passing. At the light, of course. Want to be changing? Come on. Come on. Come on. It's changing. Stopped, and we're going. 3 miles to go. Putting out 100 kilowatts here. Increasing it more and more. Oh my gosh, 70. Let's go faster. And we can super cruise for 1 mile. All that to get to that. I like that. Super cruise had a little problem
2 miles, take the I-94 East exit toward Ann Arbor.
Back up to 16%. 61 miles to go. Let's go. Giddy up. 94 is like right now. We're about to find out. We're all green. Didn't actually turn the heat on in the Michigan house yet. Oh, what would life be without the bugs? Road work on I-94.
Take the I-94 East exit, then merge onto I-94 East.
We'll reach in there. 141 kilowatts. Nice. Hopefully we're going to have a beautiful tailwind. Certainly had one on that angle there.
Continue on I-94 East for 35 miles.
We're almost 60 in here, so let's look at that. A little bit of buffeting, but I'm thinking I've got the tailwind pushing me now. Jackson County Airport. Welcome to Jackson. Traffic there. Work zone. Watch for backups. Yes, sir.
Watch out, vehicle on shoulder ahead. All right, let's see what we got here. Just cruising through. Not sure how long ago this was changed, but it's no road information. Immediately disengaging again. Keep rolling through though. There's downtown Jackson. I can go get some free power. Wouldn't be very much though. 55 degrees. Cruise is on. Nice race watching the lead there. I appreciate that, gentlemen. Or no road information. Not sure why. It does look like new road though. It does look like it is new road. So it says it'll drive, but it seems a little tentative on that. Now it's driving again. Really over on that line, man. I don't know what you're doing. Let's get up there and get over. Regular lines are always good. And line is peeling off. 70 back. The road is normal markings. I'm still getting some buffeting. But we're estimating 16% state of charge. That's way too much. Should have put 10% of this power in. Still broadcasting. 52 minutes to go with the broadcast. Probably let you running while I'm charging. I wonder if I can look at the charger. You know, Electrify America, you really need to fix your app so you don't have to kill it to make it work. So I'm looking for 1 of 4 chargers are available. 1 broken. All, oh no, 1's not derated and it's available. All right, number 1. If I can get there. If you're complimentary, I'll eat lunch there. If you're not, I'm going home and charging. Super Cruise curving here. Turning off on me on the curve and then powering up, then coming back. All right, let's see what we do here. We get another braking action. Not quite as much of a turn. A little bit of roll there. 3-4%. 3 to 2 to 3. 1, 2, 3. Doing fine. Just not getting that wind stream. North to 16% expected arrival at my house. I'm going to switch that to EA here in a minute. Yeah, I'll do it now. Search charging stations. is out of service. Okay, that looks like the one. That is the one at that stop. We're going there. Add that to the plan. Nice. Road closures, I got it. Okay, so now I'm going to use a little more power to get to the charger. Recommending a 15-minute charge. I think we'll be at 5-minute charge at most. And we start charging DC. Now we're updating offline maps, though. That's interesting. How's it going? 57 for a long time there. Okay, it's monitoring the route, and it will begin DC fast charging if needed. I like that. Let's see what Maps is going to do here. I know we're going on here for a ways. Still loading data. And it's at 100%. I like it. All right, we are going to do DC fast charging prep. Never seen a notification that it's complete. Never, ever, ever. Take a look at our utilization again. It's probably sucking it down now. It's like 2 kilowatts running the dish thing. All right, so 317.3 miles traveled, 245.946 kilowatt hours consumed, of which 244 kilowatt hours were used for propulsion. And maybe the broadcast, I'm not sure. All right, we're rolling. 51 minutes. 21 minutes on 94. Interesting to see what path we're taking. Maybe we should study that again. Okay, it's going up and around. Okay. Using a fair amount of power on me, I think. 11:15. If I go this way, that's going up through. Now it's actually removed that. It's made that the way. And the way I was going to go to become B. I probably should just do this. Avoid the construction. All right, we're good. Rolling. .98-mile range, 33% charge. So, it's about 100 miles predicted right now, but we're driving hard. So about a 300-mile range for the full battery. Actually, I didn't do the one thing I was supposed to do. Let's look at plug share. If anyone is complaining about the problem, I'm not going to go there. Zooming in on Novi. There's my station. Got an 8 rating on plug score right now. Charger 2 is off. That's what it said. Charger 4 only 38 kilowatts. Charger 3 was good. Charger 1, but only gets 100. Yeah. All right. But no one's saying disconnect, reconnect, so I'm going to risk it. The trick here is I have a place to stay. We're rolling on here. Nicely paved. Yeah, I'm expecting a Super Cruise slowdown here. In the right lane for it. People are slowing down. Super Cruise does not think it's a problem. No. Back into the one over here. We're going to keep rolling. No retarding in speed. And it feels confident. I don't see a problem with it. It's dry too. Okay, 41 miles. The broadcast is maintained. I'm liking it. A little bit of mist, so I'm not sure what the weather's going to be like when I get there. But I would like to test it. These are some chargers that I tested my prototype vehicle on. I think I can only get 20 kilowatts in that. It seems like we're getting a little bit of crosswind instead of tailwind here, but based on my utilization, I think we got a good tailwind too. I wonder if opening the bed cover would improve your tailwind utilization. Formula One racing. At 130. All right. Definitely getting more of a tailwind this time, I think. What do you want to pass? I do want to pass. Definitely got lucky not getting hit by that one, I don't know what it was, a pin or something that the guy had. Yeah, the rain's pulled over here. It's raining like this. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I think I'm going to go right by my house to go towards the charger. Maybe Monday, since no one seems to be available, I go up to the Magic Docks at the top of Michigan. I'm not sure how far that is. Let me check that out. Looking off here. So we have religious and cannabis ads now. Interesting looking clouds. About 6 miles to M14. Pretty sure that's where we're headed. So heavy again. Four minutes faster on the slower, 4% more power. We'll take the efficient way. I might try calling Electrify America when I get to the charger and say, I think you owe me a free charge. I had to pay $200 for a hotel room that I didn't need. See if there's any logic to that, but no. Over, slowly, ran it over, accelerating. Boy, this road's breaking down. I'm sure the Hummer's not helping it right now. Jeez. Both sides are bad. Really, it's interesting. I mean, it's the first road I've driven on with this. Really not a pleasing experience. Looking for rainbows. Wow. I've never. That's interesting. Like I said, I'm sure the Hummer wasn't helping that road. 3 miles to go. Left lane closed after Shelton. Okay, I think we're getting off it back. Not sure yet, but that's what I think. Okay, don't bear left. Got this can't find center lanes for a minute. I was expecting that. Now we're merging into one lane. We are golden. I tell ya, we can move. Well, we don't need to go this fast right now. Doing good.
In half a mile, keep left at the fork to continue on Michigan 14 East. Follow signs for Plymouth, Lothian.
We're going to Plymouth.
Keep left at the fork to continue on Michigan 14 East.
I would expect you to say this is fast. Let's see here in a second.
Continue for 11 miles.
Yeah.
Watch out, vehicle on shoulder ahead.
Lanes for him. It sounds very good, by the way. We're rolling. Bit of racing going on here. Yep, we're going to Beck. We might stop by the house just to see what else is going on. Impressive rolling, though. All right, so I think we've used up all the energy we put in, and we still got 23% right now. Okay, so Super Cruise is being a nice guy here, letting this guy pass us because he's going faster. But he knew this guy was going slower, so now we're slowing down to let the faster guys pass us. Now we're trying to get back in there and get back up to 80. Going. And the Hummer seems to have the slightly slower than actual speed at times. So keep the pedal in the middle. It's improving the estimated arrival percentage. And we've got a little traffic. Fine. Walking 6 miles to go. Not everyone is in a hurry today. Nice to be home again. I know where I am at least. Still cruising. I see the rains here.
In 2 miles, take exit 18 for Beck Road.
Can we get past this guy? Come on, baby. Keep pulling. Definitely got a nice tailwind there. Really aren't having to put the kilowatts in to maintain the speed. It's great. Accelerate a little bit to get over quickly. 1 mile to go. Oh, now we have traffic. Sherbeck Road is slow.
In half a mile, take exit 18 for Beck Road. Take exit 18. In a quarter mile, turn left onto Beck Road. Turn left onto Beck Road. Continue on Beck Road for 6 miles. Approaching a railroad crossing.
Going to 10 Mile. And we have maintained the broadcast all this time. I'm impressed. This will be the best one. So I'm thinking that there's a chance that the one Chrome date I did actually did improve. Of course, and also I managed not to lose coverage. I mean, I did a little bit in the hinterlands to save 10% power. Yeah, the Super Cruise selection up, only needs to be improved. You need to be able to ask, hey, look, I don't want to charge. If I do that, I can make it home and just plug in instead of having to, find a charger or stay at the charger for another 10 minutes. It's going to save me 10 minutes. So my bad, I guess. I'm not sure if it was offering that until I got closer though, which is another thing. So need longer range route look for cost and that kind of stuff. Just crossing over 20%. Let's see if it turned on DC fast charging. It is in progress, and it definitely has used a little more power. He's dumping their clippings, and this guy's a jerk. That road isn't as bad as it's acting here. I don't know. I shouldn't have said that. Can we fit around these two? There's two of them turning. Luckily, they had this available. Okay, so we're 7 miles from the charger. I think my plan is to see if I can get a charger. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to wait for a charger. And then if I can get a charger, I'm thinking about calling and asking for a complimentary charge. If they do that, then I'm going to charge a lot more. And I'll go have lunch while I charge. If not, I'm just going to prove that it works to
convince myself that I want to go to Dayton in this guy.
This looks like sort of normal traffic. It's not too bad.
So hopefully you've been having fun as a passenger. First bolt I've been in Michigan, older one, and we've increased our estimate of arrival power by another percent. So I charged 18% too much. Okay. Stream is weak, but it's on. You know. Now, this is really interesting, though, that this route plan, and I think I could have even gotten more. So the route planning needs a lot of work. It needs more knobs, but also it needs to really try to optimize the route. And it sort of just gave me one route that was the main roads. And then as I got closer, it said, oh, we could do this, we could do that. I mean, one, I had to make the decision immediately to switch to. I mean, it disappeared as I was going, and I could have saved, it looked like another, 8% at least. Okay, so we're at 60 estimated range. We're going to drive 1 mile. Let's see what it's at when we get up to 10 mile. There we going. Aren't these roads nice in Novi? Like a third world country. Northville, you're doing a good job. Novi, you get an F. F minus for roads. I mean, this temporary patch stuff
In a quarter
is
mile, turn
terrible.
right onto West 10
It's
Mile
like the
Road.
road is a constant pothole. And there's a bolt.
Welcome, Mr. Bold.
Turn right onto West 10 Mile Road. Continue on West 10 Mile Road for 2 miles.
That was close. 59 here. Going for this here. This guy trying to pull in front of me. Going on at the high school. And we're stopping. Almost got 180 kilowatt peak there. You know, it's interesting. I was just thinking, I wonder if there's any chance when I triggered this by plugging in the dead cable at the charging station that I went to first. Wouldn't that be a
In a quarter mile,
hoot?
turn left onto Novi Road.
I'll add that to my list of things to be more careful of. Of course, it was so sunny there, you could barely operate or look at the screens.
Approaching a railroad crossing. Take the next left onto Novi Road.
Can't remember if we're going to get to go now. He keeps moving.
Continue on Novi Road for 1 mile.
Almost
In a
there.
quarter mile, turn right onto Crow Drive.
Yeah, yeah, I can. Okay, I wonder if I can turn right. It wants me to turn over for a minute. But someone showed me they can.
Turn right onto Crow Drive, then
It's so
turn right
much
onto Ingersoll Drive.
better to have a
Left, then turn left.
All right, we are arriving. It looks like I cannot get a charger. Yeah. Oh no, no, they're all in use. And of course the bolt. Yep. So charger 3. I think 3 is the one that is dead. Just pull in here for now. I can drive that thing back to the. Let's take a look at our situation here. Be refreshed. Station full. That's interesting. Yeah, 3 is the dead one. Yeah, so we have the standard people charging crazily. Guy in charger 4 is, at 83% state of charge. I mean, that's not too crazy, I guess. He's been here 29 minutes. He got 12 kilowatts. We'll see if anyone leaves. I'm going to sit here for a while. Shut this down now. All right, so you're sitting here waiting with me. I don't have anything better to do, so let's see what happens. I don't know what kind of car this one is over here. I recognize some sort of Hyundai. Charging at 24 kilowatts. Got a D-rated 350 and a maybe working 50. I think I'm going to set a timer. I'm going to wait until 2 o'clock. I'm going to try and move this thing out of the way.
All right, so the station's pretty much in shambles here. Just gonna pull in here a little bit more again. I mean, this guy's almost done. I should have looked at his charger. Yeah, that charger's dead.
Anybody leaving soon?
I'm waiting. I'm not even charging. I'm next. This guy might be leaving, but I'm intending to use whoever leaves next. Yeah. Yeah, that thing is dead. It's another day at Electrify America. Yeah, the rain now, geez. I think the real time to switch to electric is when chargers are installed like gas pumps. It should not be installed in parking spaces.
Well, they want you to go shop. I dropped my wife and mother-in-law off at that shopping center. Came here.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, is there any other chargers?
So is that a dashboard cam on your?
I'm actually live streaming.
Oh.
I've been on this journey for, let's see, 2,500 miles. And yesterday I had rough time at an EA station. I plugged in and it somehow triggered a bug in the truck where I couldn't DC fast charge at all.
Well, it's a Hummer. Isn't that a kind of an oxymoron for an electric vehicle?
Why is that?
Well, it's the Hummer. The first time when they first came out as a military vehicle,
Right.
they were gas guzzlers, which require three baby seals in the gas tank to run.
Oh, there was that, but now we've got the machine that can go anywhere.
Yeah, it's like pushing a brick through on the highway.
I got to tell you, it is a super spectacular ride.
What's the mileage on this one? Like on full charge?
330, and you can cruise along as long as you don't have a headwind. You can go like 80.
Yeah, no,
But it is a different machine. It is a super truck. It is not for the faint of heart. But it's actually very easy to drive too. That's four-wheel steering. Yeah.
Does it have an inverter and chargers in the back of the truck?
So I just have AC on this one. There is a accessory coming that actually plugs into the J1772 port and then gives you more power out.
Yeah, so I wish I had was able to use this 84 kilowatt hour battery when I'm using a power failure.
Yeah. One of the cars that unbelievable to me that really would work well for that is the Leaf. The Leafs actually have, even the first Leaf let you do power takeoff. So you could use it to store power. I think they only had a 50 kilowatt, but still.
But that's the way that the entire grid would work better because I got solar panels and battery in my house.
Mhm.
Big battery sitting over here. Use the solar panels to charge this battery, drive it, go
Yes.
to work, charge it up, bring it back to the house, plug it into the house, and then we'd be all green.
Yes. And I am working on building a solar farm of my own. Yes.
He suddenly finish shopping early. Who knows? That won't happen.
So you live local?
Yeah, Ann Arbor.
Okay.
Yourself?
I have a house here. I've moved to State College, Pennsylvania now, but I live here too. Mostly, I just want to plug in for a bit and make sure that it works. I'm actually going to call EA and say, I think you owe me a free charge, given what you did to me yesterday. Stranded me, and I was stuck in Terre Haute. So I just got here from there.
So it's are you an EV person? Do you live stream or?
I'm not. I mean, I told my friends that I would do this for the trip, so I'm doing it. You know, I am not a personality of any nature that I'm aware of.
Yeah. So about 12 years ago, I
Uh huh.
got a 1980 Porsche Targa chassis off eBay.
Okay.
I dropped 47 lithium-ion batteries into it.
Cool.
So I just tool that around Ann Arbor.
Okay.
After I found out most of these light poles,
Mhm.
there's a one-tip charger in there.
Yes.
You can just plug in. So it's really funny because I'd have this heavy, have a heavy cable and it would just like charge wherever we go.
Right. Right.
That's when there was like no chargers.
So, what's your opinion on etiquette? If he gets to 100%, are we allowed to unplug him?
I would say yes, but because you're actually helping him. Because if he gets to 100%, they're going to tell you got 10 minutes before we charge you.
Yeah. Are they charging now? Do you know? Did they finally? They said they were going to do it, but I swear they didn't do it yet.
Well, I went once at Michigan State,
Mhm.
and I was charging, and like my car shut off at 85%, and then they sent me the bill, and it's like $3 for charging and like $5 for parking.
Interesting. Yes. Well, I had that. I remember once in State College, they put in chargers that were quote unquote free, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to plug in there, I'm going to charge, I'll fill it up, and by the time I get back, it'll be fine. They sent me a text message, which I got as I'm running to a late meeting, saying, and by the way, when you're fully charged, we're going to start charging you $5 an hour.
Yeah, I'd say it's like if he's fully charged, take it out. He's not using it. He's, it's.
Yeah.
And if you leave, I would just pop back in, and then so that the cops don't give you a ticket.
But he won't. I get your point. Well, he's actually not really in the station space right now.
Well,
Let's look.
at the end of 25%.
Yeah, he just got here like 4 minutes before me. I mean, this one does say it'll do 150, so I'm willing to try it for a minute.
It says 150.
I mean, on some 150s with this machine, because it's an 800 volt, I've seen it give me 199.
Yeah.
And he's only getting 100 on that one. And the
Well, I'm gonna test this one out and see. Maybe
it's definitely marked off. Yeah, I mean, I don't think the screen. I noticed that the light is working. Yeah, his screen is off, but this in the app it says that one is dead. And we can call and say, reboot this again. Okay, so he took 43 minutes. I think it took 30 minutes to get them to answer yesterday. I mean, while I was waiting, I actually called a dealer and got them so that they could look at it. Wow. Yeah. And then they're like, you can sometimes solve all your problems by doing, I don't know. We'll see what it says.
Yeah, we were able to just such a bizarre. But there's so few chargers in here. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is a bit of a charging desert. I mean, but I have to tell you, so I went to Charlotte, North Carolina, Atlanta, Georgia, uh, Kansas City, Indianapolis. Indianapolis was a total charger desert, let me tell you. Uh, but now dealers are starting to install chargers. So some dealers are charging a reasonable rate for power too. So I found a dealer that was on my way up here because I didn't want to trust any of these guys just to get home. Did you get a guy
One of 4 chargers available.
here?
Yeah.
So someone stopped?
Oh no, that's what it says.
Did they start that one? You said maybe you can get it revived.
It says 03 unavailable. Oh, oh, that's weird.
You went back?
Where it says 01 is in use, 02 is in use, 03 is unavailable, and 04 is in use.
Okay, that's the correct status. Well, I got to tell you, I think I'm going to punt.
Is this guy?
So you're next. You should. He's at 91, and I think he's like 30 or 40 minutes from full. So I'm going to punt. You're next. So I would get in position for this one.
Yep.
That's my sense. What's that?
What's your name?
I'm Jeff Albany.
I'm Mark Schlenson.
Hey, Mark. So do you still have the machine that you put the batteries in?
No, so it's kind of funny. My wife had a sabbatical in Austin, and I was like trying to ship the car over, and then where it was parked inside a cold Michigan morning, they wake up and they're like, "There's something that smells like acetone in the garage." And I'm like, because it was just like you gotta have so many. It was like I kind of joked like every hour of driving was like 15 minutes of maintenance. Or something. So then I'm like, yeah, one of the batteries blew up, and she's like, "What are you selling?" I'm like, "Who's gonna buy it?" It's like, "Yeah, you can sell anything." I sold it on eBay.
Okay.
And then 10 years later, then I took the money. I was going to buy the Tesla Model 3, and then I test drove it, and like, it's just
Rattle trap.
so then finally they came out with this thing. And this is like the top of the line. And it was like half the price of a Model S, which is the equivalent. I'm like, yep.
Yeah, I've gone a pretty good distance in that car. I thought it was impressive. And do you have the latest Blue Cruise then?
I think it updated. I'm not sure.
Does it change lanes by itself?
Not yet.
Okay, so this thing is amazing.
Yeah, no, it's even much more relaxing than it's.
Yeah, I think and there's an ID4 sitting there too, so I don't know. But yeah, I mean this is a long way from. I mean, it's taking like I think it's down to like 10 kilowatts in. You can get that same speed from an AC charger now.
But he was here before he showed up, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So I just show up.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think he knows what he's doing, and I think that's must be one of the original machines because man, talk about.
So it's funny in Ann Arbor they put these fast chargers in at the at the at the dealerships.
Yeah.
And it was like the dealerships didn't like them. You'd come at like 10 at night, fill up,
So they
Right.
started parking all their cars rented.
Yeah, they were. I've seen that going on. I don't understand why they don't just charge a reasonable rate and make a couple bucks.
Yeah, then they had one that was for free and they locked it up.
Well, well, actually, so there's a Mercedes dealer in State College. They made it free, and I went over and visited and said, hey, so is this really free? You don't care if people are trying? Oh no, come on over, whenever. So I did that once. It was a 62 kilowatt charger. That's not bad, for free. And I charged once on it. Then I came over a second time. They had reduced it to 23 kilowatts of power. So apparently it wasn't as free to them as they thought, And I said, just charge us a reasonable rate. We'll make you some bucks,
Well, the coolest thing is like with my solar panels, on a bright sunny day, by about 11 in the morning, my 16 kilowatt battery is fully charged.
Yeah.
I can plug in my car, and by 3 p.m., my car is charged. My battery is full. Well, my battery's empty.
Yeah.
But I've sucked everything off the grid, off the sun, and then by about 7 p.m., like this is during the summer, 7 p.m.,
Right.
my battery's back charged up to 100%, and I'm good to go. And I'm like, this is running off sun pack. And it's like,
Yeah. Well, I mean, supposedly all of these chargers are now, everyone I go to says, oh, we're solar powered. I'm like,
no,
it's
powered off of renewable
nighttime.
resources.
Yeah, renewable. What does that mean?
Yeah. Never let a good story die for lack of fact.
I mean, I think the problem with it is that, yeah, that's what they're paying for the electricity. I believe that. I believe they've contracted with someone that is, that's in theory that kind of provider. But if you're charging at 10 at night, I'm predicting the power is coming from something else, And I think it's kind of hard to audit where your power comes from. That's why it's called a grid, All right, man, I'm going to punt.
All right,
It was good talking.
all right.
Good luck.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it looks to me like he's at least another 40 minutes to full. I don't know. I think you should unplug him if he gets to 100.
Well, if he gets 100.
I mean, he could say, well, I was going to stay on and I was going to, precondition my vehicle when it, comes. But boy, this is an attractive place, apparently. Yeah, around here, there's very little. Yeah, he's trying to figure out what's going on. Look at the app. You'll see that all chargers are in use. Give up now. Yeah, I mean, you can shop. All right, man. Good talking. Yeah. So I think you ought to. He's going to probably pull in here. I think you ought to move over into this spot because I think it's the next one that's going to be available. Have a good one. All right. I am going to end this stream. It's been a record length stream, which I appreciate, but it's been fun. Successful at some level. I even got to demonstrate, charger mania where you can't get near a charger. I kind of expected it on Saturday, though, by the way. Saturday is just bad. So I did want to do a quick experiment with that because that's sort of part of my test. I'm trying to decide if I know any other DC chargers I could just test. Oh, there is one other one. I know where I'm going. We're going to go to Red X and test that one. And I kind of really wanted an EA one, but maybe I should just go, you've had enough fun. Let me think about this. We're at 20% state of charge. I've actually wanted to see this. Well, DC fast charging must have worked because it says not ready now. I didn't get a failure message. Actually, let's see this. Charging. Yeah, that's fine. That's when I turned it off. Yeah, so it was about an hour ago. So maybe it is conditioned, but I think I'm done. So hopefully you enjoyed the pull up at some point and stop it. Interesting conversation there. Wasn't too sure about having a Hummer as an electric vehicle. I'm sure that this thing is still a great machine. Frankly, I'm sure it's helping understand, what needs to be done so that now the Blazer will be great, the Lyric, etc. So I do want to say thank you to everyone that was chatting and just viewing and learning. So I really want to get a red light here, and I bet I won't. Works that way all the time. So that's when I'm planning on shutting down the stream. Worked on that one. Hey, Bill, you're welcome. It's red right now, but I bet it's going to go green right when I get up there. Don't accelerate toward them. What are you doing? All right. Well, thank you again. Finally get to end one of these. Have a great one. I'll see you again on Tuesday.